Observations on your alter egos and let you print them. Demonstrate how you fucking fool when you fake. Bring it on. You can set my mode to whatever, but simply pay the penalty for walking this endeavor. My observations on your alter egos and let you print them. Demonstrate how you fucking fool when you fake. Bring it on. You can set my mode to whatever, but simply pay the penalty for walking this endeavor. My observations on your alter egos and let you print them. Demonstrate how you fucking fool when you fake. Bring it on.
Even be getting more graphic. Neo, 32-bit computer chip piece slip between my lips and then I'll spit it out, go ahead, spit it out. That itty bitty style you upsuck. Better believe I butt fuck MCs from the rear in a picture stuck up. It's my terminology that strikes the mind and makes the speed apart. You know the many styles I choose will boost from the start. I flow awkwardly, that's awkwardly. I flow, that's to the rhythm. Incisions are made into the brain and then I begin to give them a lobotomy. Follow me, I'm shaping your brain. Give me the PH, give me the AR, give me the OA, give me the HE Pharaoh. Crazy poison tip arrows are hitting you from all directions. You cannot dodge and manage to dislodge them from the point in which they are connecting. I am selecting staff powers of MCs who try to get fuck wow. Fuck that. When I'm in a state of mind, I'm innovative. Never been afraid of rocking the microphone, I'm prone to be eliminating. Cling when I sing a song of sixpence. If it makes sense, then sing along. Cling along to my nuts. If you got guts, then bring it on.
Bring it on! You can set my mode to whatever, but simply pay the penalty for walking this endeavor. My observations on your alter egos and let you penetrate. Demonstrate how you fucking fool when you fake. Bring it on! You can set my mode to whatever, but simply pay the penalty for walking this endeavor. My observations on your alter egos and let you penetrate. Demonstrate how you fucking fool when you fake. Bring it on! You can set my mode to whatever, but simply pay the penalty for walking this endeavor. My observations on your alter ego and let you penetrate. How you fucking fool when you fake? Bring it on!
One consider me the epitome of rhyme through the text. Execution is parallel to none with the inception of the organisms. Mind your left, they can't be dismantled. So start sweating me, getting me vexed while outdated raps get trampled. 3-5 steps of elevation show that I'm ahead of your time. Behind a dope rhyme, ripping shit up that's prime time. I'm up to this prime time material, imperial wizard, a vocabulary havoc. I eat MCs like cereal, that's soggy. Milky skills like Mr. Miyagi. When it's fog, at least groggy. Still remain the rappers in the lobby, the hobby. Ow, rip your nick shit. Get sick quick, get your proof before I do something glory to your quite YouTube style. But your raps get waxed, simonized into the fifth dimension of your typical, never typical stand attention. I'm mystical, rips you till the power blows. Those shows to compete, we delete them. Observe defeat, descending down from above. Get your hit, just like your picture, you. Victorious, mysterious, you're born.
Bring it on! You can set my mode to whatever, but simply pay the penalty for walking this endeavor. My observations on your alter egos and let you penetrate. Demonstrate how you fucking fool when you fake. Bring it on! You can set my mode to whatever, but simply pay the penalty for walking this endeavor. My observations on your alter egos and let you penetrate. Demonstrate how you fucking fool when you fake. Bring it on! Whatever!
Times great. Watch it. Preferring 720 degrees. Secret number 9, baby. Things are nice. Them stacks, the family, baby, roll me down. Sippin' that Brugal, Mizza hitting that bugle. Bamboo, will split, flippin' verse over the riff. Shit, I spit calls, you're over the flip. Golden tip talent, holding this falcon. Hold on, though, I get it's astounding. Solar, slow flow of the older princes. Crouching in photos from 89. Baby 9, niggas in valleys. Elephant skin before Timbs with ill ends. Gems Benz 190 with wifey out of state. Dripping in Gucci, 18 karat links this icy. Moving wisely, not sitting in cells. Rocking different gazelles. Half gang and hash cop, get positioned in L shapes. Plus my cousin yell papes like Bill Gates. Yellow bottles with black tape and gold leathers. Old Berettas, whole old leathers. 8 balls, take all the weight we can't handle. Manhandle, mammals, this crew is man animal. Plan expandable, with the land damage, who? We got the nallies to sit like low pro, thick, polar interior, sick homo. We blowing this pomo through your area with large marketing. Our pockets is getting thicker. cop the vigor. You the best, you not nigga. Then who can it be? Can it be Scarra in the Canopy V? Won't stop licking till the can is on E. Man, it's on me. The Conrad Muhammad, y'all motherfuckers on gossip. Learn a corporate plan and lounge on pockets. Second album, y'all niggas gon' cop it. Days and nights, play the strip like a jackal in the streets of the Big Apple. Watch it for them jewels, player. A Big Mac spit at you. You holding my cream, nigga, I will get at you. This is my day job. Niggas won't play God with my money. Nigga, I need direct deposit. The text stretch your neck out like an ostrich. Fuck is your logic? I got it, nigga, that's what I'm all hot, so fuck with it. Buck for niggas, duckers with duck equipment. CEO, son large, niggas is bugging with it. My niggas is stugging with it. It must be the dust that got motherfuckers bullshitting or something. I guess this first got to come with a Mac 10 ripping up your whip or something. Cause you know I want that rap money. Niggas don't act funny and take it all profoundly. Niggas ain't found me, I found them. Peep the gem, I'm bouncing at a 10. But then, why I'm not out then? Cause I play cut up, souffle cut up. Oh, y'all know what I got to say is fucked up. So what up? This session I dedicate to all Queens niggas, scheme niggas, cream niggas, Ms. Wiz, Lee Hoskins, Rich Don Dibs, my girl, just someone of my niggas. So knowing this flow, it's no whistle, just a fofo through your bristling parts. This the Michelin dart for your Navi and Denali, the Glado Scarra, taking his cash and age-wise born with bloodbaths, sun large stereotype. Slide on and glide on, niggas and nights. Play the strip like a jackal in the streets of the Big Apple. Watch it for them jewels, player. A Big Mac spit at you. You holding my cream, nigga, I will get at you. Days and nights, play the strip like a jackal in the streets of the Big Apple. Watch it for them jewels, player. A Big Mac spit at you. You holding my cream, nigga, I will get at you.
And so this song basically, yeah, we're going to kick it off with the song identifies the problem as a whole.
Yeah, bless you guys. And we're going to have Neuro 2 in a minute, you know, and we got the song right here. And yeah, thank you for joining us on the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. Yeah, please join us for some discussions with Neuro and Talcott. And please enjoy this song. I'm going to throw us in the back here. Bless you guys for being out here with us.
Or die around me. Wolves hiding nearby, whispering do or die around me. Gripping at my skin, the walls of night closing.
The use of this force as an integral part of combat has now taken on new form.
Welcome to the battlefield. No, you can't get out of here. Some of the cause when you lie, you won't make it out alive. Don't you fuck around and try. Do you like what you define? We ain't letting nothing slide with all these fucking goals out in their eyes. See, they whispered the word die in these digital trenches. They got an army of artificial intelligent henchmen. I got a hunch they attach to intelligence networks with intent to infect the internet, discredit and suppress anything that isn't them. There's a schism in the system that they didn't plan. Weaponized autism coupled with a little bit of hidden hand. Matrix construct ain't the world we living in. Born with the damn glasses, so we been on they living. It's you who's been told a vision, that's why you cling to your soul. And an old religion that has only been promoted to be control systems. Stuck under the hypnosis of an old wizard. Coming for your head, don't say that you ain't been told, lizard. You ain't building shit while we out here moving pillars. Welcome to the valley of the shadow of some smooth killers. Coming for your head, don't say that you ain't been told, lizard. You ain't building shit while we out here moving pillars. Welcome to the valley of the shadow of some smooth killers. Welcome to the valley of the shadow of some smooth killers.
There's another very important phase of warfare. has as its target not the body, but the mind of the enemy. Words and ideas.
Ammunition used by psychological warfare.
Its mission is to influence the thoughts of the enemy.
Have a broad and sympathetic understanding of
Fucking order out, chaos, this is order out of order. My greatest order, disorder. I'm bored, we couldn't absorb shit propaganda. I was busy sorting water in the corner, preparing a meditation for war with the new world order. In school, I was just bored with the board of education. Even though I border on being an information hoarder, I don't ever offer my 2 cents, so here's a full fucking quarter. I'm a self-educated, trained, skilled warrior, currently operating a solo outfit with open lines of communication. The outside the matrix, the data global, the operation to stop enslavement. The devil lurking in darkness, attempt to turn your heart into onyx, throwing ganja in the system, steady combat and hardness. Medication for the mind virus, cause when the mind hide, they can't hide good, and good don't hide, but why would I? Cause it's have you been outside lately? Cause it's around me. Coming for your head, don't say that you ain't been told. Lizards, you ain't building shit while we out here moving pillars. Welcome to the valley of the shadow of some smooth killers. Coming for your head, don't say that you ain't been told. Lizards, you ain't building shit while we out here moving pillars. Welcome to the valley of the shadow of some smooth killers. Welcome to the valley of the shadow of some smooth killers. Coming for your head, don't say that you ain't been told. Lizards, you ain't building shit while we out here moving pillars. Welcome to the valley of the shadow of some.
There is another very important phase of warfare.
Careening through chaos, in these serene dreams. The shadows of screams, of those trapped in the system.
have a broad and sympathetic understanding.
On a horizon now, virtuous settler, memory boxing, Microsoft robot love to keep us together. But the serenity of dark thoughts and this gilded pleasure is the celibacy of a cage plugged on. That's why we're drunk off the misplaced rage and recycled thought. Drunk on power when we're reading the scripts without turning the page, so we're lost. We're drunk on this human condition. We're also drunk, intoxicated, mortal mass, surprise, desire, inhibition. Yeah, drunk from saying we know without listening. Yeah, and drunk from validating lies through social permission. So I use the present to illuminate this blinding vision. No sense of idealism can teach this man the difference. Because fences make them claustrophobic like indentures slave children. Whether laziness or convenience as your thoughts inside a closed system. You're just a consumer if you're either a user or a victim. Because refinement rises out of the furnace of affliction. While the spirit of hate only causes contradiction. Warn your heart instead of music. Keeps the conscious mind in prison. My predilection, thoughts strange or strain. They change if it's too good to be true. Then fuck what they say to the grave. It's better to live easy on a passionate. Dissatisfied with your rage, it's better to live with your dreams. And obsolete on a speakeasy with a heap of vanity. Make the shadows weep inside a divine sleep to recombine. Seducing your mind. Hard structures to rupture your medulla. Kama Sutra running through the network that separates Michael and Lucifer. Disappointed, stagnant savages get stung by the future when tribalism offers a schism. You need a hive mind just to fit in, where your ideals are money, power, your own decisions. You cannot imprison this dark apparition with idle ambition or assassinate the derision. I skip a stone off the river of hate and illuminate the blind space like a computer mind interface. Stagnant tactic cause me to alleviate serotonin fountain with pronouns of escape, homes of a dilated fate. But I'm full diameter with the factor of this rapture. Yeah, the aperture somehow I lost. Yeah, how to manage these synapses. She left me despite all my efforts. Yeah, ever since we touched the sky, I couldn't get this frame the network. So my eyes on the prize, like Saturn rings inside the texture, sympathy closes. Once motive devotion is closed in, but I guess time will tell. Some men sell their cries and shells and shekels. It's only truth that tells you lies can never settle. If the world is metapsycho, physical, then I guess I emptied out my mind thinking on the spiritual and the deep malaise. Happenstance, cancerous craze will follow the religion of self, but they ignore the slave in the heart cave. As it binds the legs and grips, let Mike, sight, skin and fiber optic lenses to the wires of your skin. Yeah, but you're locked in the house, spoon-fed consciousness, while this neurotoxin drips inside the smile of a dolphin. And across the time, present is the orphan. Yeah, no amount of the enforcement can pause the sorcerer's grip. When the phantasmagoria only changes the shadows within. That's why I'm the search within. The bonfire of enlightenment. Only avails of ignorance. In a surface area of bioluminescence of your own spirits to sharpen your tempers. Remember these presents are meant to keep it together, but duality fought its last bout and lost the sacred pleasure. On the horizon, I'm a virtual settler, a memory box of robot love to keep us together. But the serenity of dark thoughts and this gilded pleasure is a celibacy of a cage plugged off. Now we ghost in the shell. Yeah. Ghosts in the soul system. Welcome to the Machine Lives, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. You know, we're doing it big out here. Bowels of science. You know, we're going to be bringing to you some information from the Tao Te Ching, all right? And we're going to start with this, chapter 57, okay? All right? Let's start with some of this here. From the Tao Te Ching, chapter 57, it says, the more sharpened tools people have, the more benighted the state. Okay? Sharper tools. The sharper the tools, the darker the time. Okay? We're talking about the Tao Te Ching and how it's against the technological age. Okay? We're going to be reading from the Tao Te Ching here, all right? I'm going to read 29, chapter 29 here. It says, do you think you can conquer the universe and improve it? I do not think this can be done. The universe is sacred. You cannot improve it. If you try to change it, you will ruin it. If you try to hold on to it, you will lose it. Okay? Knowledge is possession. And knowledge builds on knowledge. It creates a world around us. Okay? It changes the world around us. Okay? The mind is always trying to improve the world. Can this be done? Lao Tzu gives a concerted answer, which is no, cannot be done. There's no way this can be done. You can't improve nature. Everything it takes to build technology comes from nature. You can't improve on the designs of nature, right? So sometimes things are ahead and sometimes they're behind. Sometimes breathing is hard. Sometimes it comes easily. Sometimes there is strength and sometimes weakness. Sometimes one is up and sometimes down. Therefore, the wise avoid extremes, excesses, and complacency. Okay? Know when to stop. There are already enough words, he says. You have to know when to stop. Labeling things, right? The map is not the territory, right? Right? Let's go to another passage here that talks about society and ethics. All right. Go here to chapter 38. It says, truly good people are not aware of their goodness and are therefore good. Foolish people try to be good and are therefore not good. Truly good people do nothing, yet have nothing undone. Foolish people are always doing, yet much remains to be done. When truly kind people do something, they leave nothing undone. When truly just people do something, they leave a great deal to be done. When disciplinarians do something and no one responds, they roll up their sleeves and try to enforce order. Okay, let's analyze those statements. Truly good people do nothing yet leave nothing undone. Right? The just man, he engages all things while doing nothing. Right? Right? He moves between things. Right? Right? This is called engaging all things. Right? Foolish people, they're always building things up. Right? They always need to get something done. They're always on their way to doing something. And whatever they're going to get done is never enough. You know, whatever they have is not contained within the action. Their true purpose is not contained within the action itself. You know, an action that has true purpose and true sincerity leaves nothing undone. Okay, an action that moves in completeness, right, and understanding, right, in undivided attention, right. When truly kind people do something, they leave nothing undone. When just people do something, they leave a great deal to be done, right? Justice requires rules, right? And standards. That's why it leaves so much to be done, right? Okay. When the disciplinarians do something, no one responds, right? Because they try to force people to do things. Without them forcing things, it's not going to work, right? They roll up their sleeves, they try to enforce order, right? Therefore, when the Tao is lost, there is goodness, right? When natural simplicity is lost, then we have to be good to one another, right? When goodness is lost, there is kindness, right? Right? Okay. When we can no longer rely on the goodness of others, right? We have to make rules of politeness and kindness, right? And these are not real goodness, right? They're just what's on the surface. They're just how people treat each other. They're not what people do with one another, right? We get stuck on the surface, right? When goodness is lost, there is kindness. When kindness is lost, there is justice, right? When you can't even rely on simple rules of politeness and kindness and manners, okay, when there's a decline in social mores, right? Then one has to enforce laws of justice and order, right? Then you have to enforce the laws of justice and order, all right? Yeah, I'm sorry. It's actually just that audio that's coming in. But yeah, but I'll just read what I read again, you know. But yeah, thank you for being here with me, you know. But yeah, the mic gets fucked up, you know. It is what it is. You know, I don't have good audio here. But yeah, 29. Do you think you can conquer the universe and improve it? I do not believe this can be done. The universe is sacred. You cannot improve it. If you try to change it, you will ruin it. If you try to hold on to it, you will lose it. Okay. 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 Knowledge is a possession. You use it to dissect the world, right? You create tools in order to understand nature. And those tools then end up trying to improve the world, right? When you use tools to understand the world, they change your perception of the world, right? Then in your false perception of the world, you try to change the world and improve it. But the same thing you used to improve the world came from you understanding the world, right? All technology is a second order of nature. How can you improve the world with something made from the world itself? You know what I mean? No, I like I like the mic. I like the mic like this because I get to put it up, you know what I mean, to my mouth. It's kind of like this fucking action of it's the action of it, you know what I mean? Yeah, but you know what I mean, right? Like if I had a mic stand, I'd have to lean into the mic. It's kind of a weird move, and then if I'm not talking, I could just if I put it away, nobody can hear me. But if I have a mic, I go over there and I say some shit, people can still hear my shit. So it's fucking weird. But yeah, I like hold the mic. I like holding the mic. It's also an old school type of feeling. You know what I mean? Talking in the mic, it gives me more action. Action is what excites me. You know what I mean? Movement. But machines are movement, right? Machines are processes, right? That's what I was talking about the other day. Machines confuse the objective and the subjective because the machine puts in process movement, which is more like an event. What the process that the machine unveils, the automation, is a concatenation of parts. It's physical space, right? But they require the process to be observed, within a space of time, which is an event. So yeah, you know what I mean? But yeah, you know what I mean? So the act of creation, improving the world, is kind of false because you're not changing anything. You're using what is already there, so all you're really doing is reordering. There's nothing new under the sun. So what is creativity? What is originality? Original partly means, something that is brand new, but it partly means something that remains fresh over time. Okay, original. Okay, original means both new and old. It's a paradoxical term, is it not? What is originality, right? And what is innovation? Does innovation really mean that we never knew how to do something, right? And we figured it out, right? And is that dangerous? What is the danger of innovation? Bless you guys, man. So he's saying you got to go with opportunity and timing. Opportunity needs timing. It's not just that there's opportunity. There's also the spirit of the times. Creating a way is not the only thing that's necessary, right? You also have to create the moment for things to arrive. You get what the fuck I'm saying? You know what I mean? Therefore, the wise avoid extremes, excesses, complacency, right? Well, yeah, technology is great. Yeah, shalom to you, Bear Jew. Well, the thing is that, technology is a second order nature. You know, it has the capacity, okay, in order to influence the way we look at our environment, okay, because it becomes something that, you know, as Lewis says it, human society is something that, you know, exists on top of the natural environment, right? But technology kind of is something on top of human society that supersedes the natural environment. It becomes like a artificial environment, right? Okay? The technological order, right? So, you know, we're not only alienated by technology, but we're alienated from technology. Nature is technology, right? Right. As I say, nature is God-made technology, right? And technology that we make is man-made nature, right? You know? But yeah, what is technology? It's half creative, okay, mental processes and half physical, okay, parts, okay, physics, right? So it's immaterial and material at the same time. It's both. It's both material and immaterial, right? Okay. Okay, so that's the reason why it's a danger, because it has a ability to be a double-edged sword in terms of being material and immaterial at the same time, you know. Now we move to society, right? Society, those who are truly good are not aware of their goodness. Chapter 38, and are therefore good. Foolish people try to be good and are therefore not good. Okay? It's the trying. Okay, real sincerity comes without effort, right? If you really know something, it becomes second nature, right? Okay? Yeah, that's what happens, Illumitami. You know, we getting ghosted out here by the powers that be. You know what I mean? But yeah, truly good people do nothing, yet leave nothing undone. Okay, truly good people do nothing, yet leave nothing undone. Okay? Okay, sincerity is a hundo, right? There's no need to do anything, right? The purpose is contained within the act itself. It's non-utilitarian action. It's not for a result. The action is not judged by the result. Okay, it's judged by the inherent purpose as to why it was engaged in the first place, right? And once it's done, it leaves nothing undone. Okay? Okay, meaning that it doesn't leave loose ends attached to it, right? It's action without A, mediation, and B, without results. Okay. Okay. One move, right? Truly good people do nothing yet leave nothing undone. Engage all things while doing nothing, right? Right? Right. Engage all things while doing nothing, right? Right. Create while not possessing, right? Work without taking credit, right? Right? These are these are acts that go with total sincerity, right? Total sense of being without end. They rise beyond praise and blame, right? Foolish people are always doing. They're always doing shit. Yet much remains to be done. When truly kind people do something, they leave nothing undone. When just people do something, they leave a great deal to be done. Okay, justice requires rules. It requires an order, a pre-existing order, and the following of rules and statutes, okay? When just people do something, they leave a great deal to be done because justice goes by a standard. Goodness does things because they have inherent value. It doesn't need to abide by any standard, okay? What are you talking about, Illumina Tommy? There's no Jack here, folk. There's no Jack here, folk. It's just me. Just me and the machine. Woo! Good morning. When just people do something, they leave a great deal to be done. Okay? Because justice abides by a standard. Goodness does not function with results. It functions without praise and blame. It functions on the basis of inherent value. I just fucking said that. Motherfuckers. Think I'm reading a fucking cue card, bitch. I know this shit up and down. Go fuck yourself. The disciplinarians do something and no one responds. No one fucking responds, folks. Okay? 3 orders of shit, okay? 3 orders of shit. Goodness on top. In a society of good men, you don't need rules. Society of saints doesn't need rules. Justice on the second tier. Rules, orders, and standards that leaves things to be done. Okay? Utilitarian, right? Now you get down to disciplinarian, right? Now you need force in order to do things. Now you have to do things in order to do things. Okay? It's not just a mutual exchange anymore, right? Right? Now it's based on, no, you have to enforce order. You have to go in there and get the fucking shit you want. Disciplinarians have to do shit. They got to roll up their sleeves. They got to fucking get in there. They got to do shit. It's the lowest order. It's force. You have to do shit to get shit. Discipline, right? Okay? Goodness is inherent goodness. You ain't got to do shit to get goodness. You know, goodness is what's there. You know, the best type of help is unprofessional. Best things in life are free. You know what I mean? Real, recognize real. Gang, recognize gang, okay? Now when the Tao is lost, there has to be goodness. Right? That means when we're out of the grace of nature, right? We got to rely on people. We got to rely on the goodness of others, right? So we need society. When goodness is lost, there is kindness. Okay, now we got to make politeness, manners, social mores, social conditions, social standards. Okay? When kindness is lost, there is justice. Now we need rules and order, statutes, laws, opinions of others, right? We got to bring all of that in, right? When justice is lost, there is ritual, okay? Okay, ritual. When justice is lost, there is just ritual. That means we do things just because it's following a certain order. Okay? There's no inherent value behind it. Right? We're just doing things because we're following rules. Right? That's ritual. When we don't even understand, when there's no reason, there's no justice, there's no order, there's no law, then we're just doing things because this is the way things are. That's called ritual. He calls that ritual. Chapter 38 here, all right? Now the husk of faith and loyalty. Now ritual is the husk of faith and loyalty, the beginning of confusion. Knowledge of the future is only a flowery trapping of the Tao. Faith in the future is only a flowery trapping of the Tao. Okay, knowledge of the future. Okay, so we got done chapter 29. We got done with change, trying to change the world. That's A. You know, now B, we get to future. Nope, nothing there. Nothing there coming up in the future. It's just a flowery trapping. It is the beginning of folly. Therefore, truly great people dwell on what is real and what is on the surface, on the fruit and not on the flower. Therefore, accept the one and reject the other. Accept the one and reject the other. Accept the fruit, even though it looks lopsided. It has mistakes. But the fruit contains the seed, and the seed contains a way to create another. It creates abundance and it's sustenance. Okay, the fruit has sustenance, abundance. What does a flower have? It's beautiful, but it's poison. You can't eat it. All you can do is look at it, right? Say, accept the fruit and reject the flower. Okay, folks? This ain't no game. This is ancient wisdom out here, folks. Right? It ain't no motherfucking game. Okay, let's go to 57 now. 57. 57. And then we'll go to the Shangzhou. All right. I read this shit to you guys all the time. All right. I'll be reading this shit on Jack Talcott show. Right. 57. Rule a nation with justice. Okay. Wage war with surprise tactics. Become the master of the universe without striving. How do I know this is so? Because of this. The more laws and restrictions there are, the poorer the people become. The sharper men's weapons, the more trouble in the land. The more ingenious and clever people are, the more strange things happen. The more rules and regulations, the more thieves and robbers. Therefore, the wise one says, I take no action, and people behave themselves. I enjoy peace, and people become honest. I do nothing, and people become rich. I have no desires, and people return to the good and the simple life. Right. Now, let me go to 80. Let me go to 80, where he talks about small states. You know, small countries, large countries are hard to rule, right? Right? That's why he says ruling a large country is, you know, is like cooking a big fish. You know, you don't want to meddle with the thing in the pan too much or, you know, flip it around too much or it'll ruin it, right? Mr. Meowchi. Yeah, you definitely can scrutinize me, brother, man. I've seen him. You know, he's an intelligent interlocutor, Mr. Meowji for sure, man. I had a little debate with him in the chat room the other day, you know. He's funny. Yeah, man. Void, man. Peace, man. You know. Yeah, I'm gonna drop this link in a minute here, guys. Yeah, bless you guys for joining me, you know. If anybody wants to come up, you know, we have a little morning chat. You know what I mean? Little morning chat. You know, I'm giving a little hour, 30-minute, whatever, 30, 45 minute to, you know, 30 minutes to an hour little, you know, thing here on the Tao Te Ching. You know what I mean? But yeah, you know, yeah, apply that chapter 57 to chapter 38. See what you get out of it, you know? Okay. Okay. See what you get out of it. And then when you get to 58, 59, right? 60, right? You know, in 60 it says ruling the country is like cooking a small fish. Approach the universe with Tao, and evil will have no power. Not that evil is not powerful. Not that evil is not powerful, but its power will not be used to harm others. Not only will it do no harm to others, but the wise will also be protected. We will not hurt one another. And the virtue in each one of us refreshes everyone. Now let's go to 66, where he talks about the rulers. Okay, the rulers, right? He says, why is the sea king of 100 streams? Because it lies below them. Okay, it lies below them. Okay, the best type of ruler is but a shadowy presence. Okay, this is the same way in Cesare Borgia and Machiavelli's Prince. You know, you have, you know, the notion of waging war with surprise tactics and Sun Tzu, you know, who wanted to exemplify the Tao general, you know what I mean? The Taoist general, you know what I mean? You know, you have secret rulers, you know what I mean? And the Brahmin, you know, the Brahmin would would maintain supra religious orders, you know, while they would choose the leaders. You know, the warrior class would rule. The Brahmins, nobody would even know who they are. You know, this is the ancient Hindu caste system, right? Right. While they would maintain the religious rights, right, and choose the leadership of the country. The leaders would function as a facade, as the dummies. They're used to control the population. When the population blames the rulers, the Brahmins just change who the rulers are. Easy. Okay, just like the concept of the hidden imam, right? Right, the hidden imam. They had an imam in the Ismaili tradition, then they have behind him the hidden imam who he gets orders from. Right? Nobody knows who the hidden imam is. Okay? He's kept secret, okay? By a vow maintained through intense scrutiny and at the price of death, right? Anyways, why is the sea king of 100 streams? Because it lies below them. It lies below them. Therefore, it is king of 100 streams. If you would guide the people, you must serve with humility. If you would lead them, you must follow behind them. In this way, when you rule, the people will not feel oppressed. When you stand before them, they will not be harmed. The whole world will support you and will not tire of you. Because you do not compete, you will not have competition. Okay? Okay, let's go to here, go to 80, right? Okay, 80. He says a small country has fewer people, okay? Though there are machines that can work 10 to 100 times faster than people, they are not needed. The people take death seriously and do not travel far. Though they have boats and carriages, no one uses them. Though they have armor and weapons, no one displays them. People return to the knotting of rope in place of riding. Their food is plain and healthy. Their clothes are fine and simple. Their homes secure. They are happy in their lives. Though they live within sight of their neighbors and they can hear the barking dogs heard across the way, yet they leave each other in peace while they grow old and die, right? 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 In the just state, right? Wild horses fertilize the fields, right? But in the unjust state, war horses breed in the parks. Okay, folks. Okay, the poets and philosophers build up the nations, and the lawyers and the politicians tear them down. Okay, folks. This is the machine lies, all right? Trying to break down your fucking mentality, your dog shit fucking mentality here, all right? All right, all these ideas that you think are so good at running the world, they ain't running shit. Nobody's running any of this shit. Okay? Primordial chaos, the school of primordial chaos. All right. Let's go to the Shangzhou. Zhu Kung traveled to Chu, traveled back towards Qin. And while passing along the south bank of the Han River, saw an old man looking after his vegetable garden. He had dug out a passage down into the well, from which he emerged with a pitcher in his arms to water the earth. Splash, splash. It was costing him a lot of effort, with the poorest of results to show for it. Suppose you had a machine, said Zhu Kung, which in one day would irrigate 100 fields. you would have plentiful results to show for very little effort. Wouldn't you want one of them? The gardener lifted his head and looked at him and asked, "How does it work? How does it work?" How does it work? Quote, "The thing which makes it go is a piece of wood chiseled to make it heavier at the back and at the front. It pulls up the water as though you were plucking it straight out of the well, as fast as bubbles in a boiling pot. It's called a well sweep." The gardener gave him a dirty look, and then laughed and said, quote, "I have heard from my teacher that those who possess machines must end up becoming mechanical in their affairs as well. And those who are mechanical in their affairs must end up becoming mechanical in their hearts and minds. If a mechanical heart is situated in one's chest, then one can't prepare oneself to receive pure, natural simplicity. If one can't be prepared to receive pure simplicity, then the spirit becomes unsettled and Tao has no place to enter. It's not that I wasn't aware of such machines, it's that it would be disgraceful to end up that way. It would be disgraceful to end up that way, he says. Zhu Kung, too embarrassed to meet his eye, looked down at the ground without answering. After a while, the gardener said, "What do you do, sir?" He said, quote unquote, "I'm a disciple of Confucius," he said. Back to him, "Aren't you those people who make themselves so learned to get to be like the sages, go in for a fancy talk so they can look down on the crowd?" So they could look down on the crowd. In a mournful song about how alone you are, simply in order to gain reputation in the world, you forget about your spiritual essence. Because degeneration to your physical body for what? You don't even have the ability to set yourself straight, let alone set anything straight in the world. Go away. Don't interrupt my work. Zhu Kung was shocked out of countenance and too much of dither to pull himself together. He had traveled another 10 miles before he recovered. "That man just now," said the disciple. "What would he be, sir? Why was it that when you saw him, you looked so upset? You weren't yourself for the rest of the day." Give me 1 second, guys. Let me grab my fucking charger here. Who was that man just now? I used to think there was only one person in the world who could really teach me. That was before I'd come across this man. I'd heard from my master Confucius that in order to deal with affairs and be successful at them, one must use as little effort as possible while achieving many things. Okay? That's called simplicity. It's one of the virtues of Confucius that he actually learned from the Tao Te Ching, right? Okay? Okay? I'd heard from my master Confucius that in order to deal with the affairs and be as successful at them, one must use as little effort as possible while achieving many things. Okay? Efficiency, economy, right? That's the Tao of a sage. Now I've found that's not so. In order to grasp the Tao, one has to make their virtue whole. One who makes their virtue whole has to make their form whole. One who makes their form whole has to make their spirit whole. One who's made their spirit whole, that's the Tao of a sage, by trusting life to take him along with different people without knowing that what's really going on. His capacity for purity is boundless. The rewards and benefits obtained by clever machines must be forgotten in the mind of such a person. Such a man goes only where he himself intends to go, and does nothing which is not from his own heart. Even if the world were to praise him and accept what he had to say, he'd consider it to be frivolous talk and ignore it. If the whole world opposed him and rejected what he had to say, he'd figure he'd fit in and not let it bother him. The world's praise or opposition wouldn't harm him. And that's what's called being a person whose virtue is whole. I'm someone who still gets disturbed by other people, he says. When he was back in Lu, he told Confucius about it. Quote, the gardener is a follower of the tradition of the house of Hun Tun, the primordial chaos, said Confucius. The primordial chaos. Quote, he perceives the oneness of everything, does not know about duality in it. He orders it as inward, does not order it as outward. Someone who by illumination enters into simplicity, by doing nothing, reverts to be unhewn, who identifies himself with the nature and protects his spirit as he roams among the vulgar. Is he really so astonishing to you? In any case, when it comes to the tradition of the House of Hun Tun, how would you and I be adequate to understand it? Anyways, the Confucians rejected the teachings of the Tao, okay? They understand the virtue of natural simplicity, okay? And of a harmonious ease, okay, of harmony, right, within nature, a natural sort of economy, a natural sort of simplicity, right, and a natural sincerity that's necessary when completing the task of ritual, right? But Taoism rejects ritual. It returns to nature, right? Right? That was one of the things that it came to, right? So the Taoists and the Confucians, they had a kind of a battle, right? Right, when Confucius, right, when Confucius ran into, when he ran into, oh shit, I got another version of the Tao Te Ching here that has the story of Confucius and meeting Lao Tzu. You guys ever hear that story? There's an ancient tale where Confucius actually met Lao Tzu. I went over it on one of my shows here. But it's similar to the story where Diogenes runs into Alexander the Great, that legend where he comes and he says, oh, other than my teacher, Aristotle, you're also a student of Socrates. So, tell me anything in my whole entire empire. I'm Alexander the Great. I basically rule the world. Whatever you want in my empire, I'll go ahead and give it to you. And he says, he asks him, he says, what do you want? And he says, man, you're a fucking, a ruler of what? Bunch of shit in this fucking world, a bunch of sheep that follow your fucking orders. Who gives a fuck about any of that shit? Like I want any of that stuff, a whole list of problems. He said, I'll tell you what the fuck you can do for me. You're blocking my sunlight. I'm sunbathing here. I'm sunbathing here in the nude, and you're blocking my fucking sun. Move out of my fucking sunlight. What are you going to give me? What are you going to give me that big fucking beautiful ball in the fucking sky hasn't already given me life and the whole world of fucking natural simplicity that's at my fingertips. You're just a puppet of nature, right? So he said, you can't step out of my sunlight. Exactly. The fuck, you get out of the way of the real power. You know what I mean? Exactly. Allahu Akbar. You know what I mean? You ain't giving me shit today, folks. Get out of the way. You ain't got no power here. Get out of the way of the real power here. You know what I mean? Bomba clot. Right? Let's go to the story where Confucius met. And yeah, we're breaking down some of the Tao Te Ching because people are asking me what's my thing about it. Well, it's not that I'm a Taoist or anything. It's just that the Tao has a sane and practical philosophy, that also looks at technology, right? The problems of technology, the problem of trying to change the world, right? The problem of the use of machines, right? The use of artifice, right? Anything that requires arbitration loses in accuracy. You know what I mean? We have to rely on humans. The best thing to build on is humans, right? Right? Trust is better than gold, right? Hold on, guys. It's going to take me a minute to find this shit. Don't quite exactly know where this is in this introduction here. Oh boy, I guess I lost it. Give me a second. Okay, here it is. Lao Tzu was a native of Chu, Jian Hamlet, in the Li village of Hu, Xian, the state of Chu. His surname was Li. His personal name was He was styled Tan. He was historian in charge of the archives in Shao, Chou. When Confucius went to Shao to ask to be instructed in the rites by him, Lao Tzu said, quote, what you are talking about concerns merely the words left by people who have rotted along with their bones. Furthermore, when a gentleman is in sympathy with the times, he goes out in a carriage but drifts with the wind. And when the times are against him, I have heard it said that a good merchant hides his store in a safe place and appears to be devoid of possessions, while a gentleman, though endowed with a great virtue, wears a foolish countenance. Rid yourself of your arrogance and your lustfulness and your ingratiating manners and your excessive ambition, he says. These are all detrimental to your persons. This is all I have to say to you. On leaving, Confucius told his disciples, I know a bird can fly, a fish can swim, and an animal can run. For that which runs, a net can be made. For that which swims, a line can be made. For that which flies, a corded arrow can be made. But when the dragon ascends to heaven on the wind of the clouds is something which goes beyond my knowledge. Today I've seen Lao Tzu is perhaps like a dragon. Lao Tzu cultivated the way of virtue, and his teaching was aimed at self-effacement. Okay? Kind of sounds like the cynicism of Diogenes, right? Right? Taoism is more cynical than you would think, previously. But yeah, thank you guys for joining us, man. I'm going to open up this panel, see who wants to talk to me this morning. I got a few hours to talk to y'all. We'll see what happens. See if anybody pours in here. I'm going to be here smoking some weed, listening to some music, see who wants to come up and have a conversation with the machine lives. Bless you guys for being here, man. You know what I mean? Yeah. We're going to be smoking here, taking a little break. If you guys want to smoke with me. If not, you know, we'll watch a debate. You know, I'll watch a debate, break some shit down for you guys, you know, in terms of history, philosophy, theology, you know. I've been thinking of watching classic debates, breaking down classic debates for you guys. So yeah, even if nobody joins the panel and wants to discuss anything, I'll still have some things for you guys. So, you know, don't feel rushed to join either. Doesn't matter if I get to talk to anybody. You know what I mean? Yo, we got a fellow weed smoker here. What's going on, brother Pie, man? You got something to light up? We're gonna be listening to some music in a minute here, man. You know, it is what it is, you know.
All right, I'm here.
Yeah. Smoking the weed. I got some good weed right now, man. Let me tell you the strain. Planet Herb. Planet Herbert. You know what I mean? This motherfucker shit, Planet Herb. Yeah, yeah. Let me show you what the yeah. Yeah, Mr. Pie be growing this shit, you know. That's what it is.
Very nice. What strain is that?
Can't really see it on camera, but it's purple as fuck, you know. Planet Sherbert.
Yeah, let me show you. I'll show you what I grew. It's got some purple in it too. It's called Green Lantern.
Yeah, that's what I've been fucking with. It's been making me paranoid as fuck. Just getting purple weed all the time. I mean, it's just crazy. You know, it's a different feeling for sure. You know.
Yeah, dude, I don't smoke it as much as I eat it. But
Yeah, they sell stems. I mean, otherwise they'd have to grind it up. You know. You know. They have to sell the stems with it. I personally wouldn't want it without the stems. You know, so it'd just be like powder weed. You know, who the fuck would want? You know what I mean?
well, I'm kind of curious because I normally just sell it wholesale by the pound, so it's like when they break it up through the distributor and then to the dispensaries, they're breaking it up into to eighths and shit. So
Yeah, but see, Sideways is from. I'm pretty sure he's from. Him and Dutch here. I mean, him and Voy here are Dutch. I meant to say. Yeah, him and Voy are Dutch. So they must live near Amsterdam or some shit. I mean, it can't be that big of a fucking country. You know what I'm saying? So I think they live like near Amsterdam, which is like some shit. It'd be like, you know.
yeah, my camera's kind of fucked.
No, it's okay. Yeah, it looks fine.
But yeah, it's purple. It's kind of hard to see in that shit. But
Oh shit, that looks good. That looks good. Yeah, it looks nice. Yeah. But you're a professional though. That's what it is though. You know.
I guess professional. What's the definition is getting paid to do your job. I guess so. I feel like
Yeah,
I'm
I mean,
getting
like,
better.
how do you grow it? What method do you use? Use hydroponics, or you know, or what do you, or do you grow outside, or how do you do that shit?
No, mine's so like I'm in Northern California, so the weather is just it's kind of crazy because the elevation changes so much through the county. So like there's the Emerald Triangle, which is kind of what's famous for weed all over the world. And so I'm in Nevada County, and they call this one place the Ridge, which is super famous out here. And I think the elevation's about like 2,500 feet. And so that's kind of like, we're about 2,000 feet above sea level is like the perfect.
Right,
Like,
right. Because
but I'm at like 1,000 feet because I was trying to get like grow year round. So like try to get 3 runs out because I don't get any snow here. All the people on the ridge, they get snow come wintertime. And so the last couple of years I just get some rain and stuff. So I'm in the valley and it's hella hot in the summer. It's like 100 degrees. So you can put in the ground around. So I have depth, like I have 10 greenhouses, and then we just expanded our grow because they're allowing us to do another 5,000 square feet. So right now I have 10 greenhouses, and then so I do a depth run first, and I'll get in the ground hopefully around March, the last week of March or April, depending on what the weather does, and then do my first harvest into June or something, and then plant again. And if you're really brave, you'll try to do a winter run, but I've found in the last 10 years that it's not worth it. Just a pain in the ass, hassle. It's probably more work than it's worth it. So, but yeah, dude, just all natural, man. It's like I just do like a tea bag.
Yeah, you gotta start making like the vaping DMT. That's gonna be the new thing. Motherfuckers are gonna start vaping DMT. That's gonna be game over. They're gonna put the DMT in those vape pens, and motherfuckers are gonna be like,
no, dude, it's funny.
Catatonic, like in the park and shit.
It's funny you say that because I got a couple homies that are doing that and saying it's popping off the chain right now. My homie in Dallas is like, yo, man, you know anybody that has DMT pens? And I'm like, dude, yeah.
Oh, shit. I need to get me one of those. Because imagine how many hits of DMT you could take off of that shit. That shit would be endless. Like, you just have one of them shits. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of scary because if those are popping off in the clubs, can you imagine? Can you imagine like 50 people in the clubs and they're all just like, that's the new trend and everyone's hitting it like the same time and they're all just blasting off? They'd be all that would be kind of something to see.
Yeah, I think that's when Satan would show up at the party, you know what I'm saying? Like, first it'd just be like, yo, what's up?
Whoa.
It's a fucking, yeah.
So what's the topic tonight? We're just hanging out.
It's funny. It's funny, with Neurojack, I was talking about consensual mass hallucinations. He's talking about it with William Gibson because he's reading about William Gibson. So he talks about this concept. Well, he kind of coined the term virtual reality, and then he talks about this term consensual mass hallucinations. How like technology is kind of like this consensual mass hallucination, but then nature. Like I was kind of talking about in the beginning of the show, how nature, how far is nature the antithesis of technology, and I go to, farming is a good example because it's like, the weed plant, like how you describe, your shit is above sea level, so it works with nature because it's like the weed plant comes from the mountains. So you have to like reproduce its natural environment to grow that shit. I mean, it's like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like the higher you go in altitude, the stronger the weed gets, like in Colorado and shit. You know what I'm saying? Right? You just go up the mountain and you grow that shit because the air is drier. So it makes stronger weed. You know what I mean?
Yeah, dude. Yeah, so I'm pretty deep into mushrooms as well. So it's like, we talk about reality and what is real, like Jack Talcott would say, and do we really know what's? Because when you do some of these other things that alter your mind, for me, I think more than any fucking drug in the world, like I'm like my dream state is insane. It's uncanny. So like I have very like lucid dreams, and so I like to sleep a lot because that reality for me is almost as real as when I wake up. So I kind of have like reoccurring dreams, and I go to the same town. I go to the same place, and I still don't know where it is on this geographical.
Yo, the same thing happens to me. See, and I've been hearing a couple people describe this shit to me, you know. And imagine if it was the same town, and like I actually met you there, and we were living in that fucking town, yo. Like,
Yeah.
yo,
I'm saying like I did this last night, dude. I always end up in the same, and it's a weird. I know my way around.
But
know
the
my
thing
way
is
around.
that
It's so weird, dude. It's
no,
it's
but the thing
weird.
is that it can't be a real place because it's attached to this one building, and the different parts you come out on the building, like in one part you come out of this building, it's a city, and another part is just like a town. So it's like there can't be like a city on one side of this building, woods on another side of this building, a town on the other side of this building, and a beach on the other side. So it's like there's 4 faces to this building, and each of them leads to like a different place. But these 4 fucking places can't be connected to each other. You know what I mean? So it trips me the fuck out. Like I'm like, what is this, a virtual space, or is this a real place? You know what I mean?
Yeah, the weirdest part to me is that like I go back to it, and so when I go to sleep, it's not every night, you know. Like I can't create it, but it's just like I have revisited like this place, and I know where I'm going. It's weird.
Why is he saying this, yo? He said, "Can we get back to me and how much of a beta cuck I am?" Yo, where did that come from, Holmes? Yo, Tarek, man, you seem like a manly man to me, bro. I don't know what the fuck
dude, there's a fake that could be a sock account.
Yeah, I think maybe that's a fake sock account. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, but
hey, but dude, you know,
yeah, but go ahead. You were talking about your dreams, though. But yeah,
no, dude, I give kind of props to these people that do. Actually, no, these people that do sock accounts are insane because they have to go out of their way to make a new account just to troll. In a way, it's pretty humorous and it's kind of funny, but in another way, it's like, are you guys fucking insane? Do you have nothing better to do than to make a fake account to make? I don't know, dude. It's either they're committed, dude. They're either committed or they're insane, or they're committed into a sane asylum. I mean, like to pretend to be another person.
Just that takes a lot of mental effort. Yeah, that takes a lot.
Yeah, dude. Just on this little mini like universe that we have here. Like we have like a little community that there's certain channels that we all kind of share and shit. It seems like. And so for people to go out of their way to make accounts like that, just I don't know. It's a little odd to me. I've never done a sock account ever. I've been accused of it once or twice because I make jokes and shit. I used to do characters and be funny, but
okay, hold on. We're gonna get to the bottom of this. This is the fake Tarek account because I know somebody banned the fake Tarek account. But yeah, I'm gonna get to the bottom of this. But yeah. Yeah, did you see a couple of my last videos? There was so many, like there was one of these days where like all of the channels did a show about me. That's fucked up.
Well, then you're doing something right. Or
it was like Flow State. Like Flow State had a special on like well, everybody did a special on a topic about how I beat my wife, so she left me. So that was a fun time. Just like all like did this whole special. They're like, let's go around panels talking about speculating on why this guy's wife left him. That'll be fun. You know, that'll make a lot of sense. So then I just sat here one morning and I just watched all the videos of them saying it. And I'm
Yeah.
like this is
So,
funny. Yeah.
and so how do you feel about that or respond to that? Because to me,
Wow.
like what's the famous saying? Small minds talk about people, average minds talk about events, great minds talk about ideas. And so people that talk about people have nothing better to fucking do, I guess.
Maybe. I mean, if we were living in a town, you know, it's almost as if that would make sense. But just people who don't really look into, because see, if small minds talk about people and then, you know, most people just want to hear about people, then it must follow that most people are small minds. You know what I mean? And then it just goes
Well,
to, oh shit, well, you know, if I'm here just trying to, because I'm like, oh shit, but I'm trying to get people, right? like I want people to listen to me. So it's like, oh shit. So it's like, you know, you get trapped in this game where it's like, yeah, you know, you don't want to be necessarily seen as somebody, but you don't want to directly engage in lives either, because then you're giving them credence, you know. So it's like you have to kind of play this game where you're like above it, but like also like acknowledge that it's not true. You know what I
yeah.
mean?
Well, what I'm saying is like, how do you so you're a broadcaster. You put out information, and actually, like, you put out a whole like soliloquy rhetoric about a topic, and then afterwards you have a certain way that you run your panel, and then you let chaos ensue, and you normally don't really intervene. You just let it happen. Because I saw
Yeah,
it last time.
actually,
That shit
yeah, I
was
try to
entertaining.
like.
Go ahead.
You watched the show the other night?
Dude, with Rand, and dude, I had to turn it off because they were screaming so loud. It was so much. There was too many egos going on.
And that's
And
how it is when dudes get together to talk about shit.
but at the
Yeah.
same time, like, sometimes you can't really turn it off because it's so entertaining. For some, dude, I mean, it's weird. Like, it's weird what people are attracted to drama. So as intellectual as you want to be, as much like truth and like knowledge that you're pumping out, because you pump out a lot of good stuff, like, that not a lot of people are doing, like on your research that you've done for years and
Thank
years
you,
and
brother.
years.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, so like you will lay out all kinds of, like, you have a certain way that you do your show, and then so people will listen to that. But it seems like people are more intrigued when everyone gets on panel live to argue and hate and scream at each other. It's like, is that like our IQ? Is that what we're attracted to as like beings? Like, I'm trying to understand it as well, because when someone talks shit about someone else, I kind of do, in a small way, want to see what the other person is going to respond to it. So like, if someone calls you out, I'm like waiting for, like, oh dude, Machine Live's going to get his ass tomorrow. And I'm like, why do I want that? Why are we intrigued by that as beings? Because it shouldn't matter, right? Like, you should just pump out your knowledge and and who you are, and there shouldn't be a whole bunch of fighting and drama. But it seems like everyone loves that shit, and I even find myself fascinated by it. So I'll watch it, and everyone's screaming at each other. I'm like, oh, this is getting good.
Yeah, I think
But it's
it's
just a
just
fucking total waste of time, I guess.
it's the novelty of the personality, because it's like, because when people see me, they assume like a certain level of things. Like a lot of times people assume like a certain brand of pothead demeanor or a certain brand of philosophy. So you know, they want to test my reactions. I'd say that right now, in this preliminary stage, almost maybe 90% of the people who watch this, they don't watch it because I'm covering any type of topics or anything. They only watch it because they gravitate towards my personality. So what we have here is like a miniature stage of like a personality cult. Now, I could just say to everyone here, okay, everybody who likes me can stay and everybody who doesn't like me can fuck off. And then I'll just generate a cult of personality, because it'll just be an echo chamber of people who agree with me. Or I could just keep on covering my topics, and then eventually the people who want to make it about how I present myself, they're just going to be like, people are going to get bored with that, because 90% of the people are going to be here not looking for a cult of personality, but for information. So I think it just goes to the magnitude, if I just keep on, go to, the lack of awareness. What are you talking about, Tommy? But lack of awareness. I mean, or just ignoring the shit. I mean, right? Like, I could just move to the topics, because as I go to cover the topics, more and more people, they begin to see like there's a structure behind the type of information I cover, and they begin to piece together some of the ideas. So I'll get like, out of 90 people, I'll get like 10 people who do that. But then over time, those 10 people, they'll stay and watch every single show. So that'll grow to 20, whereas those 90 people who are just in it for a cult of personality, and like the minute I say something that they don't like, they're gonna go away. Like, that just keeps shifting. It's just like it's a different list of 90 motherfuckers. You know what I mean?
Well, so what I've noticed and like what I'm trying to recognize my like pattern recognition. The people that I follow or the things that I see, even if I disagree with them or not, it's about the discipline and the consistency. Because in life, if you're consistent, that means someone can count on you. So if you're here and doing the same thing, and people know that your show's coming up, and they're gonna see, and they're gonna get this from you, they will expect it. So just like in the 90s when there used to be sitcoms and every Wednesday this happened, and if you had to miss it, like you had to record it. Like there was something about coming back to something that's consistent that they want to see again. And so if they know they're going to see you again every day, they're going to tune in. And if you don't, if you're not consistent, if you just, hey, one day I'm here, one day I'm not, like, I've thought about doing shit on my channel. And I thought, damn, I'm just not consistent. Like, I should just post a video a day, a short or something, because I'm just do something goofy and funny, and maybe they'll watch it. But it's more like a TikTok bullshit, I guess. I don't do it, but I enjoy the panels and shit. But like people that are actually putting out information like you from shit that you've studied, people like to hear what you say, and then people like the debate and the controversy. So
that's what I mean. Like the people who like that shit, they've been here since the beginning.
Yeah.
But the people who like the drama, like they're in and out of here. Like my audience has actually radically changed. Like I've went from 60 and 70 people, 90 people a show to like 30 to 50 people a show. Like, it's because I just said I don't give a fuck about what you people like. You know what I'm saying, right? I'm just gonna go in the direct.
I think you're right, dude. I think that's just what you have to do.
Yeah, and also, when people said you should kowtow to this person or that person, I said no, fuck you. Right?
Well, yeah, I mean that's also admirable too, because that means you're sticking to what you're not gonna cuck to anybody. You're gonna do your shit. There's gonna be haters. This is the way life is, dude. There's gonna be haters. There's gonna be people that don't like your shit. They're gonna hate, and there's gonna be people that follow, and there's gonna be people that want the drama. And then when you go into that too, it's maybe exciting for a minute because you don't back down to other people's rhetoric or bullshit. But you just kind of stay stoic and chill. Do the Tao, the way, bruh.
That's
And you
right.
stick to your
Wow.
shit. It's not a. I don't have the answers. I just enjoy watching the shit. I haven't been on for a while because I've just been taking a break because there's a lot of fucking drama. But
I remember you and JG got into it on my show, and then the next day JG just like he got into an argument with me over some small shit, and he never came back to the show. Like he like unsubbed me, like he like
well,
stopped
yeah,
talking to me.
well, dude, that's one of the ones I was embarrassed about because I was a little fucked up
Yeah,
and I was
but
talking shit and I was like,
he's petty, you know. He's just petty. So I
I
don't think
was
you
just
should
like,
worry about it
yeah,
too much
yeah, I
because
was like, is this what it comes to? But it's like he was talking
no,
about wanting my address and coming to beat my ass, and I'm like,
no, he did that. Yeah, he said that to me. He said that to almost everybody on my show.
and I'm
So
like,
it's just like that's his shtick. Like he's gonna come and see you, but he's not gonna come and see you.
but I succumbed to the drama, and I fell into it. Like I got loud and I got stupid. I think it's not my personality because I'm a lover, not a fighter. So that's not something that like I dig, you know, like and so yeah, I think I was like talking a little bit, getting loud and talking shit, and then he was like, I was calling him a bitch or something, and he was like, come to your house. I'm like, yeah, no, I don't want you to come to my house. And everyone's like, oh, you're a bitch, Jeff. And I'm like, well, no, it's just like I'm a fucking grown man. I don't really want to fight anybody, dude. It's like
Well, no, even if
I've never been that way. I'm not gonna dox
no, these
myself.
guys, these guys who say this, like anybody can look me up online. Like these
Yeah,
people who have threatened me, they could literally come to my house tomorrow. So, you know,
yeah. I
the
mean,
fact is that my name is online. Muhammad Hassam Kang. You know, it's my name. You know, because it's on my book. You know what I mean? So like I have my whole name, my whole, anybody can look me up. They can come see me. They can do whatever they want to me. The reason they're not going to do that is because it's just like, everybody's just a scaredy cat. Like people are real life actors. Like I think like JG, like he's trying to do this like detective from the 1950s, like he's like this Tom Sawyer type of fucking character, like he's like going like train hopping and shit, but it's just like it's in his fucking mind, like it's not real, it's not like a real guy, you know what I mean? So like, yeah, dude, like it's like it's just funny to watch, it's like a true American like story or whatever, like Outsiders, like it's like whatever, dude,
yeah.
So
So
he
what?
thinks he's from that movie, Outsiders or whatever, It's like, stay golden, pony boy, It's like, just
Yeah,
shut the fuck up, dude.
yeah, dude. Sometimes it's like I feel like I'm watching a movie, but we're kind of in it now. So like when you're in the movie, it's kind of
That's really what it is. That's really what it is. This is the
because
replacement for movies. It's just alternative media, and they're sending characters onto these panels, in order to curate the community narratives. There's no way that people with like 200,000 subscribers and who did work on HBO documentaries just came up and just, came up on my panel. For what?
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like unless they're trying to curate some greater narrative through these communities. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I wonder sometimes if it's just like fucking bored internet trolls or like yeah, or if there is something when people are spitting some kind of real shit, if they're trying to deviate from the message and they're like controlled chaos in a way. Because I've seen like the cool part is that I've seen how people argue and obfuscate and it's pretty fascinating because you learn a lot when people can just sidestep, obfuscate, be obtuse, make generalities, and not ever answer a question. Or it's almost like they're trained professionals. And I see this, and I'm like, damn, this is like my ex girlfriend. No, shit. No, it's like they're so good at arguing and never getting to a point. And yeah, you wonder if it's genuine or if it's just a bunch of bullshit. if it's just, you know, like you said, controlled chaos, like
Well, that's
something.
what. Well, that's what. You know. Tommy was saying on a panel. He was actually saying that if somebody tries to challenge the way you're narrating things, you can hit them with an extreme claim. They'll go so far off the mark to try to defend that fake claim, you know, that they'll lose their original concept of why they were arguing in the first place. So it's just kind of like, you know, you can use you extreme claims to take somebody off the mark. You know, I heard him say this on a panel and I was like, oh shit, that's actually interesting. That, you know, you could actually curate the conversation in that way. You know what I mean?
Well, the funny part is like people like Tommy or
Tommy and Snafu are good at doing that. You know,
yeah,
I seen them go at each other one day. It was funny, you know what I mean? But
yeah.
yeah, another guy who was doing a good job at doing it with me was Toilet Bowl Earth, where he would kind of, you know, he had this kind of slippery, slimy, like he would throw out two other lies. Like if you caught him in one lie, he'd throw out two other ones. You start defending those ones, and you forget about the first thing he claimed. So now it's just like, so the trick is to put the person on the defensive. You know, if the person's always on the defensive, then they're losing the argument. That's why you have to then put the take an offensive position and get the other person to defend that. You know, but of course, when you start doing that, they'll start yelling over you, because they know they don't want the claim to go out there. You know what I mean? Right. So it is. So there's a neat little trick behind it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, well, what I've not, and I'm not. I like Tommy a lot. I think he's funny, and I think it's funny, kind of like he stands his ground in so many ways, and he's entertaining as fuck. So Tommy, like for me, like
I'm not gonna lie, and I don't mean to put them in the same category. I'm just talking about the strategic tactics. I'm not talking about the personalities. You know, I tolerate Tommy. I don't tolerate Snapu Yaps. I don't tolerate him. I tolerate Tommy.
I didn't want to put Snafu's name in my mouth because he'll call me a pedo. Like I'll let him do his thing because everyone knows Snafu's rap, so that's cool. I mean, I think I guess if that's really his agenda and message, good on him, because no one likes a pedo or a pogo. So I don't want to disparage anybody with that, because I don't even want that fucking smoke, dude. Like, I don't want to be part of it. I just, you know, but for me, Tommy's more of a creator, kind of like he does some funny shit on his channel.
That's what I mean. Like he's actually talented, whereas like Snafu actually has zero talents, so it's hard to tolerate him to any capacity.
But I think I do think either Snafu's a total agent of chaos, or he is really like that passionate about what he believes in, and he just you can't talk over him, so you just let him do his thing. I think
he's kind of like you know, him and Paul and Slave doing like kind of like a good cop bad cop kind of thing. So it just is what it is. You know, he's like Paul's troll or whatever. You know, so they do that little thing. You know, little give and take type of world thing that they have. You know what I mean? But yeah,
it's entertaining as fuck. I'm not gonna. It's entertaining. So I think Paul does a good job. I
don't really watch it. I only watch I only watch certain shows. Like I watch Truth or Cop, because he has like these people on there. You know, he has like these like, you know, internet personalities and stuff on there.
I need to look at his shit. I haven't seen
his
him
show. His show doesn't come on that much. But yeah, I'll watch Truth or Cop. I'll watch Talcott's show mainly because I'm gonna be on there. I'll watch Benton's show because I like to hear him rap about like just what's going on in his life and what he thinks about the world. But yeah, other than that, I don't really watch any shows, you know.
Ben's always been really good at that's why I talked to him earlier tonight, just because He can
Yeah,
just he can just go on a diatribe for like hours.
that's right. That's right. He's
And
talented.
like he can just be driving down the highway, and it's very entertaining. With him not even having any interaction with anyone else, he can just go with what's on his mind, which is pretty cool. I mean, it's pretty cool to see hear how someone's brain works.
Yeah,
Because
like the shows I watch, there's literally there's never really more than 5 people watching them. It's like Gen X Jeff, it's like Benton, it's like my friend Hank, who's on this panel. Like I'll see him go on a panel. I'll see my friend Traditional Culture. He'll talk about like some ancient tribe or some shit for like an hour. It's like weird shit. It's always like weird fucking shit. But yeah,
dude, that shit went AWOL last night, dude.
Which one?
Dude, with Hank and Rant, dude. Oh my god, dude.
What happened?
Was that last night? No, it was on your panel, dude. Like,
yeah, that was 2 days ago. Yeah, 2 days ago. Yeah,
okay.
this shit with Rant and Hank. Yeah, Hank. I mean, Hank is like on some crazy shit. You know what I mean? Like Hank will actually come at you. So the thing is that Hank actually gives no fucks, and he's ready to defend. Yeah.
I see that.
Yeah, so people think like Hank's just gonna like quit arguing. No, Hank will come at you harder if you come at him. That's just what it is. He's a crazy fool. That's why I like to have him here, really. Because he'll, like he's willing to push back and he's not gonna get offended. He's like in his mind, it's just a game, so he's thinking about it the perfect way.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I think it's the best way that you can do it because it's the internet and no one can really hurt you. So if you're gonna get offended by people's opinions or words about you, then if you're that soft, then you shouldn't be here. It's this is the world of trolls. Some people are gonna hate you, some people are gonna like you, and it's how you respond or react to it. So it's like as long as you know who you are, then you can be untouchable. So it's like,
yeah,
like
really. That's the problem I've had is like I'm like so settled in like the fucking my own shit, like my fucking like it's just like you can't put lipstick on a pig at this point, so it's just like like I'm gonna be this ugly motherfucker, so you either love me or hate me, so yeah, I mean it is what it is.
And so what's the deal? So like I guess what I've heard, like with the rumor on the street, so like you've been dealing with your ex or some shit. Then you don't.
She's still my wife, but she won't talk to me. So it's just like crazy. Yeah, it's crazy separation, moving into like a real bad, like just total separation right now. So yeah, I've been fucking basically heartbroken for a couple months, thinking about getting a divorce, basically. So yeah, and this is my second marriage, so it's just crazy. And I met this girl, she's like from the streets. She grew up like like basically orphaned out. She's grew up in a foster care system. She's got lots of trauma. Lots of mental illness and stuff. She went like every 6 months she'd go to the hospital and stuff. She'd wake up in the middle of the night just screaming. And thinking that she was being attacked and stuff. Like, sometimes she'd run outside and just start, well, a lot of times she'd call the ambulance or the police or something like that and say that she's, being attacked. She needs to go to like the hospital and stuff. So then I would show up to the hospital. I'd say, well, I'm her husband. And I'd be like, well, we heard that people were attacking her and stuff. And I said, no, nobody was attacking her. She's just fucking she's just like crazy. You know what I mean, right? So like it just should happen for maybe 3 years like that. So I was just with this girl from the streets. I took her from the streets, so it just because so really what it is that my wife is extremely volatile person. She's had an extremely volatile life, and she had this chance to go and reconnect with her family in Ohio, her sister especially. So she took that opportunity you know. But the thing is that she's not really there for me, and we're kind of having a bad time in our marriage, you know. So while she goes and patches things up with her family, we're not really talking anymore, you know. It kind of, you know, so that's a so there's a huge problem in our relationship right now, you know, me and my wife going through it,
So
you know.
there's it's in limbo, lack of communication.
Yeah, lack of
Um,
communication, limbo. You know, she shows up in this chat, like she showed up last Friday in the chat and she said, like, I love you, I miss you and stuff. And I'm like, what does that mean? You know, if you're not gonna call me. So sometimes I think she's playing these fucking mind games with me.
well, dude, I think. Well, have you ever felt this way? Like, so I broke up with me and my ex broke up, and there's
Yeah,
many a
he's
time.
got yeah, this guy's got the same problem, Sewer Town, you know. Much love to him and his situation. I heard about his situation, man. I hope he's doing good with his significant other and stuff. But yeah, similar situations. But yeah, go ahead, Mr. Pyre.
Yeah, I mean, like, so there there are some people that I mean, like, it's a crazy dynamic, like being in a relationship with somebody when you really love somebody or for somebody. And so me and my ex, same thing. Like we had an impasse and we broke up, and like there was many times that I knew I just needed to let it go. So I don't do the game where we get back together, we break up. It's like this back and forth bullshit. It's like I'm all in or I'm all not. And so she was supposed to go home and meet my family and all this other stuff, and we had a big fight. And then she was embarrassed, and so she didn't come home for Christmas, and that was it for me. And I was like, she's like, oh, and your mom would think I'm crazy, and I'm like,
Yep, that's the same, very similar story to me.
and
It's
I
just
was
like I
like,
was
hey,
like,
I go, my mom doesn't give a fuck. My mom wants me to be happy. So if
same
I'm happy,
shit. Yeah, this is the same shit I told her. I'm like, yeah.
I was like, so regardless, my mom's always going to take my side because she's my fucking mom and my family. But in the grand scheme of things, like my mom just wants me, Jeffrey, to be happy. So she understands that people fight and we get in arguments, but her pride and her ego couldn't let her come home. And that was it for me. And I was like, okay, we're done. And that was it. But there was many a times what I was getting at. There was many a times where I really missed her, and I still loved her, and I loved her daughter, um, and I wanted to call her, and I had to fight my own. I had to resist myself saying like, "What's the end game? If I call her and say I miss you, like, do I really want to get back with her? Is this really gonna work? So why even like fuck with her emotions or play that game with her or with me? Like, do I really want to get back with her? So there was many a times where I know I still love her. Like, I still care about the girl. But I had enough discipline to never dial and play games with her because I respected her enough. And I respected myself enough to be like, either we need to move on because the limbo shit's no fun, dude. It'll just tear
Oh
you.
yeah. Oh yeah.
It'll tear you up it'll tear you up forever. You either have to let go and move on,
That's what it is. Yeah. And I could see
forget.
that somebody who's just like, you know, not really there for you, like it's like they're too scared to make that move. So it's like you just gotta make that move, you know, because it's like, yeah, like that's how I'm feeling right now. It's like, yeah, you're just gonna keep on hanging on for something, and you know, this love isn't really gonna work necessarily on your schedule, you know, because like if I don't have people there for me, like I'm a dude who like, you know, like obviously I'm a good looking person and a smart and intelligent person, you know, that too. So, you know, I get a lot of attention when I just go to the fucking grocery store, you know. So the thing is that, you know, people who don't actually value my time and kind of what I'm bringing to the table, you know, I'm starting to get more and more like, yeah, you know, especially with the negative people, you know, like you said, like I'm starting to just totally not engage with the negative types, you know, but people who just also just aren't really bringing anything to the table. Like they're not necessarily negative, but they're not really doing shit. You know, they're just kind of there. You know, just kind of waiting for like me to do some shit. You know, and it's like no. Whatever you thought I should have like done, like I already did that shit. You just didn't fucking acknowledge it. So like I'm just gonna move on now because like you don't get what I'm trying to do here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, like in anything in life, it's we can say things, we can have good intentions. You know, they're words. It's bullshit until you put it into action. So you either have to move forward, you know, because if not, you're gonna stay stagnant, unhappy, and you can't let someone hold you there. So you have to be the man and move forward and do what you need to do for you. And no, it may hurt, you know, but if they don't realize that, or they're not yoked with you anymore, and they don't see your value, then fuck them, dude. Like, and I know that's easier said than done, but it's like, dude, if you know your value, your worth, and who you are, then she's missing out, bro. Like, that's it. And you can't fucking dwell on it, right? I mean, even though you can talk about it, as a man, you can still talk about it. I just told my story a little bit. I'm not broken little boy. I still care about her for sure, dude. But as a man, like you just fucking you keep moving forward. There will be another one. There will be someone else that, and maybe it didn't work for a reason, you know. Maybe you guys weren't on the same frequency or vibes, dude, and you were going this path, and you know.
It's just because she's white. But the thing but the thing is that you know, it's just Rapunzel. I'm steady chasing those golden locks, and it's a problem. You know, it's like I need to. I need to leave Becky alone and just go with the village girls that I'm so accustomed to have. Just go back to Pakistan and get this a nice a nice girl from Punjab. You know that knows how to cook. But yeah, I be steady. I like white girls with like a lot of tattoos and a lot of issues. And that's the fucking problem, yo.
Yeah, that's my other good homie. Like every girl he's ever been with is, yeah. He likes a project. So
yeah, I'm like, yeah, I need like a girl with like an octopus tattoo. It's gonna ruin my life, but yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah, you know she's deep when she get that octopus, dude. Like that octopusy right there, dude. I gotta go to the restroom real quick, dude. I'll be right back.
For sure. Yeah, man, this fucking goth girls done ruined my fucking life, man. Shit, man. Fucking tarot girls that read tarot cards. Ugh. All you motherfuckers, man. Shit. You try to put a hijab on them, take them to the mosque and shit. Everybody be looking at you and shit. They'd be like, man, you brought this white girl to the mosque. Man, it is what it is, man. They all got problems, got court cases and shit. But yeah, man, that's what it is, man. Ever since I came here, I got a attraction to blonde girls, unfortunately, attraction to the blondies. Slavic. I like them Slavic girls. It is what it is. I have a type. Reddish blonde. But yeah, unfortunately, they are erratic. We're going to take a music break here. Pause on a break as well. Bathroom break. But yeah, bless you guys for being out here with me. And blessings to OTW News if they're watching me over there. I don't know. Right. Sometimes they be watching, I see y'all watching. Yeah, man, bless. We're gonna take a little smoke break, man. You know, remember what I said about Diogenes? Sun is shining. You know what I mean? Bless you guys, man. I always play the song because it is what it is. You know, this song is the shit. You know, Sun is Shining by DJ Crush, an adaptation of Bob Marley. You know what I mean? Burn one and learn one. You know what I mean? Oh, okay, Tarek, fake Tarek. That's it, dude. The halal butter thing, dude. That's it, bro. Like what? Please tell me this fool is already banned. Because that's not okay. How am I still receiving the fake Tarek chats? I don't understand. But you know, it is what it is. Halal butter, dude. What the fuck? Jesus, this dude is just a chat terrorist. You know, the fake Tarek. I see you out there, Holmes. Disgusto. I don't know what's going on with Mr. Pie. He's gone. Mr. Pie's here, but he's not here. Mr. Pie, we can't see or hear you, by the way. We have the ghost of Mr. Pie. Mr. Pie is apparently transcended into the dream realm. I mean, but yeah, we'll see if Mr. Pie comes back at all. I mean, but yeah, Mr. Pie, we can't see or hear you, brother. You know. But yeah, I was gonna go to this debate. Let's go to a debate, about Bible history. Did Jesus exist? That's the debate. Did Jesus exist? Did Jesus exist? Have you guys ever seen this debate? It's a debate between Bart Ehrman and Robert Price. And I see Robert Price. He's got a cool channel right now. That's looking very interesting. But yeah, let's go to this debate. We'll wait for Mr. Pie to come back in here.
You'll be happy to know I'm not giving a talk this evening.
I hate this guy. This guy, Matt Dillahunty. Man, this guy's such a fucking hall monitor bitch. This guy's an absolute clown. Clown levels with this guy, Anybody who's bald with that type of goatee, they're just untrustworthy, in my opinion. But yeah, man, we got to skip his little intro here and move to the opening speeches here, Okay, here we go. Bart Ehrman. Okay, so it's a debate between Bart Ehrman. Okay, Bart Ehrman, this guy who's speaking first, is going to take the position that Jesus did exist. And the other guy is going to take the position that Jesus did not exist. Okay, now let's see. Let's examine the evidence they give, that they used to make that claim. You know what I mean? And thank you to Mr. Pie for joining us. I know he's here somewhere, but yeah, we can't see him or hear him. He just happens to be It's just a black screen out here. But yeah, we did have a good conversation with him this morning. But yeah, man, bless, man. Mr. Pie's in the chat, but he's not on the screen. But yeah, man, bless, man. Yeah, that's right. Dillaconti, that's right. I hate that guy. Yeah, hall monitor, narc who ruins a party, pretty much, yeah. You know what I mean? Price is a myth. I'm sorry, a mythicist. Okay, now a mythicist is somebody who takes the position that Christ and other religions came from ancient myths. Okay, they were a natural evolution from the ancient myths of the pagans. Okay, this view is called mythicism. Shit. Yo, fuck, man. I never pinned the link, did I? Yeah, let me pin the link. Yeah, you guys want to come up here? Sorry. Yo, shit. Yo, I'm fucking this up, man. Let me pin this link out here. It is what it is. Sorry about that, guys. But yeah, anybody want to come up here? Yeah, you know? But yeah, there's a distinction between mythicism and historical, you know, that the view is historically real, you know? Okay, we got our homies up here.
Yo.
What's up, guys? Yo. And then we got this other Mr. Pie here. What the fuck?
We got 2 pies. We got double pie.
We got double pie, but one of them is a shadow. I guess we'll just keep him for now.
Oh.
Yeah, we got Mr. Pie and we got the shadow of Mr. Pie. So, you know, shadow pie.
Dubious stuff, dude. Dubious.
Yeah, I'll be up here with shadow pie, and then you guys could be down there just chilling. Yeah.
So yeah, I'd like to react to the question: did Jesus actually exist? Because I've had my own, epiphany about that, and I started to write a letter to the devil himself because of that epiphany. Saying, and this letter wrote like, hey, dude, congratulations on fooling everybody, on just fooling everybody, playing Jesus, you know, and that must have been so hard for you. That must have been such a, you know, for somebody that's so arrogant and so has so much hubris to pretend to be somebody that is very humble and very wise. That must have been quite an effort for you to get it right. So this is me writing to the devil, right? And so you know, I praised him like, well, that's pretty good stuff. You know, I see you now. I see that you did it. But still, I want to congratulate you because you did a very good job. You tricked many people and also me. But now I know. And I'm not saying that the Jesus is the devil. What I'm saying is that Jesus actually existed. I don't know if his name was Jesus or Yeshua. Yeah, I don't care about that. But this person probably existed. And then the devil got so fucking jealous that he had to reenact that act, right? He had to reenact that life to gather all the praise that was possible, right? Remember that the New Testament was only written 100 years after the fact, right? So maybe it took him like 3 lifetimes to get it right. And so this is my short answer on that. You know, you're muted, Mohammed. I can't hear you.
Well, no, I wasn't saying much, but yeah, the
So that's my take on it. So I think that Jesus actually was a real person, and I think that the devil reenacted that life.
Yes,
And
Yes, that's a
that's
very
also
interesting. Yeah, that's
and
an
that's
interesting theory because it's contained within the subtext of the Bible, the son of perdition, of course. You
yeah.
know,
And
the
I think that's also
antichrist.
why
You know,
and I think that's also the reason why it took like 100 years, for it to be written, so they could eliminate and get rid of all
oh
the
shit,
original
that's a crazy theory. Yeah,
stories.
for real. Yeah, right. Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
and that's
okay,
an original. That's my theory. I'm not. That's what I think of. That's what I. That was my, how do you say, epiphany, right?
okay, so can we catch me up real quick? What's the question?
the
Did Jesus
question
really
is,
exist?
yeah, did Jesus exist? So it's just a general question,
Yeah.
about the miracles. Obviously, if he existed, some people say you got to take the miracles along with it. The guy who we're looking at just takes the view that it's a historical figure. That means that Jesus was probably just a dude who existed and then they created legends about him, you know? So that's the modern historical view of what happened. And then there's a
Yeah.
mythicist view. The
Okay.
mythicist view says that it basically says it's just a recreation of ancient myths, like, of dying and rising gods. But yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So I grew up like Roman Catholic or whatever, and it didn't feel right. And then we went to non-denominational, but I do feel like the core, like the meaning of it all, it's transcended. Like it's what if we don't even know like 200 to 300 years beyond us, right? So what if we just keep recreating a story, which whether it's ISIS and the Egyptians, it's kind of like the zeitgeist thing where it's the same story over and over again, but it's so profound that we all take the lessons from all of the knowledge, and it's just it's what we do as humans, like um, is to believe in something. It's about faith. So we as people, we want to have faith in something, and so Jesus is one of those things that people put faith in, whether he's real or not. It's the meaning behind it. It's the purpose. Whether it's Muhammad or whatever religion you are, it's the walk. It's the way. It's the way to the way. We all know it. It's innate. It's innate in us. So we don't need. I don't think we need to idolize anything, or anyone, or anybody. There is a creator or something above us, but none of us really know. None of us really know the answer. We're all just guessing at this point. We don't know if the scriptures were tainted, garbage, whether it was made up by man and rewritten. So what you have to do is have faith in you and yourself.
Yeah.
That's my take on it, because I still, I mean, and the weirdest part is I still do. I say my prayers at night, and I still say thank you, Jesus. And
That's
it's
just a ritual, dude. That's just a ritual.
yeah, it's a ritual
Yeah.
in my brain, and I've like had this conflict in my head. I'm like, do I really believe that?
No.
And when I say
That's
my
the question to ask. Yeah.
yeah,
That's a
so
very
like
yeah.
it's an internal conflict that I have, because I'm like, do I believe this truly? Like, there's so many holes in this and this and this. I'm like, so do I need to pray to this? I don't believe that I have to pray to that and believe in that to go to heaven, because what about, there's so many fallacies in that because of all these other religions. And I think there's so many good people in the world that it's like we just need to unite it. Like, we have an innate thing in us as human beings on this planet to believe in something good. So whatever that good is for you, dude, have faith in it. Believe in it wholeheartedly. I think that my grandparents that believed in Jesus and they went to, when they died, I think they went wherever they were meant to be and they were happy. So who am I to knock that? whether Machine Lies believes in something else or you believe in something else, like, I don't really give a shit. I just want my fellow man to be good people, good humans. Wish the best for me and you and family and community.
But the
Like,
only
that's
thing but the only thing that you can do if you want your fellow human beings to be good humans is be a good human yourself, right?
exactly. Yeah, you have to it's so simple as the golden rule. Like, fuck all religions, just do on to others as you want to. You don't want to be lied to, you don't want to be cheated on, you don't want to be stole from, you don't.
That's no longer in the Bible. That's probably why you can't remember it very well.
Yeah,
I'm not
I'm not a study, like, I'm not
Are
a
you
student
saying
of.
Mandela?
Yeah.
Anyways, that's my take. Anyone chime in?
Because hardly ever anybody uses that word unto unless it is in that sentence. And so, but the word unto is not anymore in the Bible. So that's people only use that word in that sentence. Don't do unto others as you would not have would done to you, or do unto others as you would have done to you. That's no longer in the Bible. Just like judge not lest ye be judged. That's no longer in the Bible either. But that's a different topic. I just wanted to touch. But the actual question was Jesus real? And so Mr. Pie's answer was, it's more about yourself. And I think that's interesting because je suis, je suis in French means I am, right? And je suis in Slavic means it is myself. So, there is some clues there.
Yeah, maybe this guy was a real person. Whether he was real or not, what he stood for is that's the purpose. That's the meaning.
The message is clear, right?
Yeah, the message was whether, yeah, you can do the Trinity, like, how can he be the Son of God if he is God? Like, yeah, we can slice it all apart. Fuck that. It's the message. Who was he? Do we want to walk like him or any other person that we would ever want to walk by, like, that was godly? But that's us, dude. I don't think we need to idolize anything or anybody. We need to recognize that there's something bigger than us. Let's go. Let's all hold hands together, dude. None of this.
I read this saying the other day. It said, "Without God, man has no reference point for himself." I thought that was like,
yeah, and we all are searching. I think. I mean, even still, like, I have questions about, especially with everything that's going on in this world. It's like our whole world's been turned upside down. Everything that I learned as a child isn't true. Like, I don't believe in the institutions, our medical system. Like, literally, we're living in an inverted world, and maybe we are having a great awakening at this moment because we're all kind of realizing it and coming together, because it doesn't have to be one way or the other. We can all walk together. That's what they want, dude. They want, and I say they as I don't really know who the fuck they are, but the powers that be that want us divided, in any walk of life, it's garbage. I can look at Machine Lies. I don't give a fuck who he does. Like, he seems like a good dude to me. I can feel like his energy through the screen. if that's real. But, like, he can believe in a different religion than me, or I don't even believe in, like, religion, but whatever. He can believe in what he wants to, but I think he believes in good. That's it. Yeah. Do we believe in goodness? Like, I get razzed and made fun of because I trust too many people. The reason I trust everybody is because I know me, and I know I trust me, and so hopefully I will get that back. But if you walk around life not trusting people, doubting people, then you're gonna attract that, dude. You're gonna that's gonna be your life, a life of non-trust,
Sounds like
no faith, nothing.
sounds like a police officer's life.
Yeah, I mean, so maybe I will get fucked over by some miscreants or some fucking pieces of shit, but I'm willing to sacrifice that and put faith into humanity and use my discernment, and the people that I surround myself with are good people because I feel like I can read those vibes. So that's just me. Doesn't have to be everybody else because other people could be hurt and betrayed over and over again. Maybe people don't even have a good family. Like, I'm pretty lucky because I have a great family. I have a lot of people that I love and trust, and I have a lot of fucking friends. So I haven't really been fucked over a lot. Maybe other people have. And so I can't.
Congratulations, dude. I mean, that's a good life. That sounds like a good life.
Yeah, no, I've been very blessed. So that's why I try to put that out there and put trust into people because everyone around me, I haven't been betrayed a lot. So I'm fucking lucky. I'm one of the lucky ones. I don't know if it's because of the vibe I put out or if I was just blessed and this is my walk, but I spread that message. I keep people in my corner. I don't know. I don't really judge or do anything for anybody. Like I could be a prick or a dick or, be egotistical. Like I think I'm a nice looking fellow. I could be an asshole and go be a sexist. I could go get laid and all this. I don't do that, dude. I don't care because it's not about that in this world. It's a spiritual walk for me at this point. It doesn't matter. Like the people that I connect with, that's to me, that's the ultimate currency is connection. So if you're going to connect with the world, it's not about money. It's not about, you can't even do anything in the world if you don't know people. So you can have all the money in the world. Like I've got a couple of rich friends and they fucking, no one can stand them. All they care about, they're fucking focused on, they have everything. And I'm like thinking, I need money, and I'm like, but a couple of rich friends that I have, like that's all they care about and they keep chasing it. And they're fucking alone. It's lonely at the top, dude. Maybe it's not cool, dude. Do you want to be Bill Gates? You want to be one of these fucks? Do you want to think that people even like you because they really like you or because of your money? You're going to pay for their shit. These people have a different walk too. The richest people in the world, think about being really rich and wondering, does anyone ever really like me for who I am or do they want to use me for what I got? Because there's a lot of fucking loser, like there's a lot of people that are not fucking, they're not transcended in their mind. Like they will use you. And so those people get used too. So even if you don't want to, like, I see both sides. I try to see like from 40,000 feet from everybody's. Even the rich people got it fucked because they're fucking unhappy as fuck. From my walk, the richest people that I know, they're very unhappy still because they can't. It's a void that they can never satisfy. They can make as much money as they want. I'm dealing with this with my business partner. He's like, why am I wasting all this money and this investment in California? Like, this has just been a fucking like nightmare. Like, I'm like, we're learning shit, bro. Like, I'm sorry you're spending money, but you can't take it to the grave. We don't even have fucking tomorrow. Like, I don't know. I'm doing my best. I'm broke too. Cool. You make tons of money. I know you invested it all in me and you hate me now. I don't want to lose my best friend over this shit. And it's very close to it, but I'm on a different level than him. Like he cares about money, dude. He cares about status and things. And I'm trying to break him of that because I really care about him. And I'm like, bro, we've known each other for 20 plus years. You think I'm not trying to like fuck you. I'm just, let's walk it together. But you got to realize that like this world is not all about fucking money. It's all bullshit. It's all lies, deceit. Like you got to fucking find yourself spiritually. You got to go inside deep, real deep. And even me, like I was thinking the other day, what the fuck am I doing? Like I was praying like when I'm going to sleep every night, like give me guidance, like guide me. Let me do what's right. Like let me do whatever I'm supposed to do or learn here. Like show me, dude. Because I want to be better like for the world, not for me, dude. Because that's what most people just want to do it for themselves. They don't want to do it for everybody else. If you live a life of service, it'll come back to you 100-fold. It always has. It has for me. I've owned 3 businesses. I haven't been successful. I'm working on it. But the way I live, I don't care because I know I'm doing what I'm supposed to do and I'm doing the right thing. Whether I fail or not is maybe it's a lesson. It's a lesson on a lesson on a lesson. You're learning. You're not losing, dude. You're just learning how to not fuck up. All of us. Whether it's relationships, whether it's your business, whether you really do have to be, you just have to be truthful and honest. You can't be a liar. You can't be a deceiver. You can't be a shitbag. You can't try to take advantage of people. You need to give to people when you can, even if you don't have it. Because there's way more people that have a lot less than us. Anyways, sorry. I went on a diatribe soapbox thing, but I'm very passionate about the message of people and humanity and what we should be doing for everybody. We shouldn't be fighting. We shouldn't be. We can challenge each other. Cool. Let's all challenge each other. Let's get better, but don't do it in a like condescending shitbag way. Let's do it to make each other. I've been working on this too because my business partner gets on my ass about shit, and I'm like,
we should be affirming each other, right?
Yeah. So my business partner
affirming the good results, and not necessarily leave the bad results unspoken, but focus on the good results because that helps, and make a joke of the bad results. Just mention it in a funny, in a how do you say, in a funny way. People can laugh about it. That's the way to deal with it. Unless there's of course like a physical or emotional harm, then it might not be something to joke about. But yeah, we should focus on the good things.
Yeah, I mean, and there is a thing to where it is uncomfortable when things are pointed out that you're doing. Like, you can't just placate people. Like, I want, like, I've been called out, like, for certain things. Like, I want to be told how I can do better because I have my perspective, right, of me. I have my own, like, ideal of who I think I am. And I learned this a couple of years ago from a good friend of mine who was bold enough to just tell me shit that I didn't realize. And I thought he was being a dick, but he was being a good friend to me. He was like, you don't get it like this. And I was like, no, because I would do that for you. But not everyone thinks like me. So when I want to just pop over to someone's house in the middle of the night because I was drunk or something and have a place to stay. I'm like, oh, I was doing good because I didn't drive home drunk. Well, I just crashed on someone's couch and he didn't really want me there. So, but in my head, I was like, I would do that for you any day of the week. So anyone can crash on my couch or do anything, and I would let them do that. But at the same time, it's like not everyone's like me. So you can't intrude on people's spaces. You can't do dumb shit just because you're responsible. So you have to take accountability for. That was a time in my life where I was just having fun and fucking living my life and doing whatever the fuck I wanted to, and then it was selfish. Anyways, I'm done with that.
But yeah, it goes back to the main things, like, he who controls his anger is better than he who conquers a city, and the one who learns to master himself is better than the almighty. Fear not of man, because fear of man causes snares, and a house divided cannot stand. Man can't serve two masters. You can't serve money and serve other people. Like, there's always going to be a conflict there. So you got to realize that trust is better than gold. Give unto Caesar's what is Caesar's. A rich man's not going to get into heaven. It's easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle. All these things that you got to have simplicity. You got to stop worrying about tomorrow. Worrying about tomorrow is like counting the fucking, how many hairs are on your head before they fall out. So it's just all of these kind of simple messages that are there, in those things that people don't really exemplify. And yeah, it's also true that those things like judge not lest you be judged, like how Voy was saying, people live their life on these things and they don't even know which Mary it was. First of all, they think it's Mary of Magdalene and it's Mary of Bethany. And and in the earliest manuscripts, you don't even see that shit there. So then later on, some priest or whatever just put it in there, and then people accepted it as something that Jesus said. Yeah, or a Jew just wrote it in there, and
Hey,
somebody just accepted it as true. Yeah.
Can I ask both of you guys a question real quick? So, like, what would you say for, like, as a rebuttal to someone that always looks into the future? So, like, their anxiety.
Oh, I got it. Yeah. I like talking about this one.
Yeah, like so for me, like my business partner, he's always worried about. I want to get him to do some meditation and Buddha shit or something, because he's worried like 5 years in the future, and I don't know how to tell him, like, can we just focus on the now, like today? Like, we don't even know what the fuck. We don't know we're gonna be in five. I don't know where the fuck I'm gonna be in 5 years. Like, what is up with all these planners? Like, what is up? I know maybe you should have some goals and shit, but like 5 years, 10 years in the future, like written out plans, like that shit, that stresses me out. I'm like, dude, you need to chill, bro. What do you say to those guys?
I remember being asked that question when I was young, right? Where are you going to be in 5 years? When they try to incentivize your ambition, right? How about where do you want to be? Where do you want to end up in 5 years? You want to be richer? You want to work in this company and this? And I was always like, that's stupid. That's like stupid. Like 5 years, that's so long. You can ask me what I'm going to eat tomorrow, but I know not where I'm going to be in 5 years, nor do I have a direction set for being in that place in 5 years. Oh, I should be married and having children within 5 years, and then within 10 years I should be having, my house half paid off. These are because you can only reason with people that ask those questions. You can only reason with them in a worldly way. You can
Yeah.
only
So what do you say?
so you can only say, look, I want to have money, I want to have a house, I want to have babies, I want to have a wife. Everything else, they will not understand. It's a worldly question. It's damning you into the world of expectations and ambitions. And like Machine Lie said, the wise man does nothing. He wants nothing. So I didn't know that back then. Now I know why I don't have any ambition. I don't have any ambition. I'm a good person. I will get around.
I like that. Diesel, when is Austin Powers 4 coming out?
So Mary Magdalene was one of Jesus's best friends, right? Okay. So if my best friend is a hooker, you see, because I'm over there pimping.
That's not actually biblical that she was a hooker. That's just based on some church traditions and stuff.
You're fucking it all up.
They build her as a hooker, but she's not a hooker. And it also has to do with the fact that she's conflated with this other woman that's charged of adultery when that's Mary of Bethany. It's not even Mary Magdalene. So those two are actually different people. Yeah. So
what you're saying is that if I'm over there pimping, I'm not leading a Christ-like life.
Yeah, pretty much. But yeah, what Mr. Pi was saying, it's like this faith in the future, or faith in progress. I really take it to like a philosophical level too. I think that this is a problem with history in general. It's a new way of history that developed in the 18th century. That history itself is progressive. Or that that there's a such thing as the future. People never actually believed that. They were actually trying to get back to some type of thing in the past. So like it was always.
Can I chime in real quick? Yeah. Just because I have a thought. Like, think about it tribally. Like, they were just trying to get the next meal. They weren't worried about. They weren't trying to They weren't worried about next week. They were talking about today. Like, what are we going to eat? Can we go kill a deer or something? Like there was no like 20 years in the future. Like, this is a new modern. This is a modern philosophy that programs us to think that you're not worthy if you don't have a fucking plan. And you know what? Most of us don't fucking know. Like, goddamn, we're all fucking like little kids running around fucking trying to figure out life.
True.
And everyone expects us to know everything, right? We don't. Like, we have to do our best every day.
But most people, even if most people are like you say they are, they will give the one that questions them this question. They will give them an answer like, oh yeah, I'm gonna be working for this bank, or I'm gonna be the manager of the company that I'm working in now. They're gonna give just this answer that appeals to ambition and to
So people ask
richer,
they ask the wrong questions. They don't say. People come up to you and say, "What do you do?" instead of "Who are you?" or "What are you?" Like, instead of like they say, "What do you do?" instead of "How are you?" Who do you think you are? They ask the wrong questions. I don't want to come up to someone and say,
wrong. It's not necessarily wrong, but it's a worldly question, right? And
it's the worldly. It's garbage. Yeah,
but that's only for spiritual people. We all have some spirituality in us. That's why we're here. That's why we gather here together. Doesn't mean
some of us more than others,
right? Yeah. So to me, that question never landed. Or it landed in me, and I gave the answer that they didn't want to hear. I didn't know it was a wise answer back then.
What was your answer?
It's like, what do you mean 5 years? I don't have any plans, and these people were actually disappointed. Like, What? You don't have any ambition? And I look at them, no, I don't recognize that word inside myself. Of course I want to be rich, but I wouldn't know how to get there because, I don't want to fool people into paying me more money than my work is worth. So if you're not willing to do that, you're not going to be rich. If you just want to be paid for what you do, you're not going to be rich.
So do we like change our words? Like for me, I quit telling myself I want to be rich and I want to be abundant, whatever that means, right? Like, because I think I've been programmed my whole life is I need to have so much money, or wealth, or rich.
Yeah.
But I could be abundant in like a million other ways, whether it's like my family, community, like I don't know, it's just different. So
values. I mean, you can be.
You just need to change your perception of yourself.
You can be a very poor
rich
person.
is not in possession of large materials. It's a mode of behavior.
Yeah, exactly.
I like that. I can dig that.
Rich people get money or get resources and allow that to make more money for themselves. That's a rich behavior. See, poor people struggle, get money, and they just spend money.
Yeah,
and it doesn't matter. You could have $1 million and be poor, and it'll be gone tomorrow because you just get money, you spend money, and that's it. But rich people, they get money and they immediately reinvest that money into making themselves more money. It's a behavior. It's not I possess X amount of whatever.
And when you say that, Cecil, it's like making more money for the money. It's not making money out of value. That it's like, oh, I can make money just investing in this company that sells bombs and makes wars. I make the most money in that. Okay, I'm going to invest in that, right?
Yeah, that's garbage.
But talking about the tribalism when you were talking about what was it? Anyway, tribal people were most of them living on that level. I mean, yeah, they had like deep spiritual understanding and all this everything, but a lot of them were basically living only a couple levels above the same animals that they were hunting themselves anyway.
Yeah, he's talking about how in a tribal setting, you have a different sensibility of time, and you do than in a city. You just go to a farm and just go live at a farm for a while, and then go move to a city and go live in a city for a while. It's just that shit is happening at a different speed in the city. There's new technologies always being applied to the setting of the city. There's new communications technologies, new transportation technologies being applied, and there's new products coming into the city because the city is a hub of international trade. So the city is constantly a place of novelty and innovation and also multiculturalism. So the time and the space are decreased when you're in a city. It's like actually you go to a city and they say that people say more words per minute and take more steps per minute in a city on average. So it's like there's a different notion of time in a city than in a village. The village is going by the seasons, by nature. While the city is going by when the stores are opening and closing and when the ports are open and shit. What the shippings, who's shipping what at what times and shit.
I thought he was talking about like perception of time, more like perception of time. But,
yeah, it's like he's talking about like not having expectations for tomorrow. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah. Well, what I'm saying is like, yeah, in the city now, like in this world nowadays, we have the luxury to be lazy because there's grocery stores, there's like your accessibility to things, food, like to survive, or They're right around the corner. In the past, they were not. You had to live by the day. You weren't, it was a lot harder to look 20 years into the future because you were just trying to get to next week or through the harvest season. So if you had a good crop, what if you had a bad crop? Like what if the rain season fucked and you didn't grow your vegetables? Like you're fucked for the winter. People died. Like nowadays, you don't have to worry about that shit. And then people are so competitive that they look 10 years, 5 years into the future, and everyone's like, expectations. What are you going to do? Who are you going to be? What are you going to do in 5 years? What are you going to do for your retirement? Like, how much are you going to have? It's like, dude, live in fucking today, bro. Like, people are not grateful for the moment. They're living for tomorrow instead of today. Over and over and over again.
We're not promised tomorrow. It's like you said before. That's a hundo. Yeah.
All right, I'll yield.
No. Feel free. But yeah.
Yeah. Anyone respond? B, what's up, B?
What's up, dude?
Have you met Lanza? He's a friend of the show. I think you guys have a good conversation. Right? This guy's cool. I like this guy a lot.
I kind of look like Mr. Pie.
That is true, though. Yeah. That's similar.
But I'm better looking than you. Am I better looking than you, though?
Let's move him over here.
Absolutely, man.
Just kidding, dude.
I wasn't kidding at all.
Yeah, you guys got to go back to
wait, let me see. Oh,
yeah. Yeah, you guys got to go back to the Discordianism special where Mr. Pie escaped the cult, and yeah, man, it was a crazy scene, he had just breaking out of the cult. They tried to take him over, they tried to make him perform sex rituals, and he just ran away, So yeah.
All right, what's up, Mr. B? What's up? What's your name? We're just going Mr. B.
Lanza, like at ATOM.
Ass to mouth.
What the fuck?
He's got multiple sucker accounts. That's what he's saying.
Damn, that was a quick one too.
What are you guys talking about?
Oh, quickie long bottoms. Shit. Well, we were talking about faith in the future, like expectations for the future, how they're irrelevant, like how and I was trying to get into like modernism and the faith in progress and innovation and like basically science, which is abridged to say just technology, really, that technology is going to save the world, it's going to save humanity, and yet this makes people expect some sort of future that's right around the corner, and it makes them kind of complacent. It kind of shifts the not only the moral culpability but also the sense of complacency, the general sense of complacency. So the effect is that people are caught in a general malaise. They're just waiting for change. It's the opposite of people accelerating and moving with the change, but they're just like kind of like bored out of their fucking mind. They're like FOMO'd out of their mind,
And instigating the change, right?
Yeah.
That's what free enterprise means.
Actually. Malaise is a good word, by the way.
Oh, here goes.
Right. Yeah. Oh shit! What the fuck?
Yeah,
what the hell?
Yeah, there's only room for one Jeff up here.
I took that as a sign, by the way.
Oh no,
some
here
goofiness
here.
with StreamYard or something.
Yeah, no, that was an accident. But yeah. I thought he really just dropped off. But yeah.
Okay, Gen X Jeff. I'm Gen X as well, but I'm 1980, so
just barely then.
Oh, well, I'm 1970, so we're a decade apart.
What Machine was saying there made a lot of sense to me, how he basically just described my life.
Hell yeah, dude.
The expectations. I think expectation comes from opinion. Like if I didn't have an opinion on something, I wouldn't, have such a solid expectation on something. And then when expectations aren't met, I think blame kind of gets in there kind of quick, and then ultimately likely leads to resentment.
Yeah, yeah. I remember I had an uncle who I was like, I'm gonna do all these things, and he goes, and he just at the end of me telling him, he just goes, "Don't tell people; they're gonna use it against you."
That's
And I'm
good
like,
advice.
and I'm like, that's so true. All plans are subject to collusion. You know what I mean? So it's like you plan. It's like,
That's legal advice as well.
yeah,
So, but were your expectations outer from yourself or from your self expectations? And were your expectations for yourself derived from what other people?
Dude, when I was younger, I used to think I could change the way I looked, physically, just by thinking.
Oh, I did that.
We
I
lost
once looked
Pi
like-
again. It looks like. Oh, there he is.
Yeah, there he is.
I did do that, and there's also a song by the Talking Heads about that.
Yeah, you
But-
fell out mid sentence there. Yeah.
All right. So, did you understand my question?
No,
The song is called "Seen and Unseen." It's
Oh
about
yeah, the talking heads are the shit. Yeah.
yeah, dude. It's
Yeah,
called
they're-
"Seen
they're-
and Unseen," and it's about changing your features with the power of mind.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Mr. Pie, what were you in the middle of saying there? Because where you felt, because we did not hear your question, by the way.
What's up, dude? What? So I asked him. So
You asked
you're
me what? How-
Okay, so
go ahead.
okay, yeah. So when you were talking about expectations, so were those derived from what other people expected of you, or what you expected from yourself? And what you expected from yourself, was that derived from an outer source, from whatever else expected from you? So were they your true expectations for yourself, or what they expected from someone else expected from you?
I think there's 3 ways to look at that.
Okay.
One is that obviously external influence plays a role. To what degree I cannot define right now for you, but and that's one. And another one is that my expectations, my first question has to be, who am I? I don't know. I don't really have any solid answers, just more so thoughts. So
Yeah, so I mean, my opinion would be if you're looking to fulfill everyone else's expectations of you, you're never going to be fulfilled, because there's always going to be, you're never going to fulfill someone else's expectations of you.
Well, it's just like, you don't really know where they stand with anything unless you know who you are first. It's like a samurai that said, he said, I'm literally glowing as I say this, but yeah, he said that I know not how to defeat my opponent, but only what it takes to defeat myself. Hence I've never lost a battle. So it's just like, knowledge of self is so important. It's
That's a great quote. I liked it. Say that again.
Yeah.
Sorry, that was good.
Oh yeah, of course. But you're moving into the future with what you are now, so you have to master who you are. Self mastery. With comparing yourself to other people's expectations of who you are, without self mastery is just, you're always going to fall short because you don't really know what they mean or what it takes to get to where they want you to get to. And then there's also the bootstrapping problem. Where you get to in the future, if you're always trapped in a mindset of progress and improvement, where you get to in the future is it's always going to have improvement to it. Where you get to is never going to be good enough, and where you are now is always not as good as it can be. You know, so the belief in progress is really the belief that tomorrow is going to be better than today, and nothing really proves that. You know.
Tomorrow's not today. That's the only fact I have.
That's what it is.
Tomorrow never comes.
Word is bond.
Tomorrow knows.
Tomorrow never knows. That's right. That's. You know, the light of the future casts the shadows of tomorrow. You know what I mean?
I do like the idea, though. Just the idea I like of we're always creating music.
That's what Plato said.
Did he say it?
Our thought, yeah, that we're all aspiring to the condition of music, or all living things aspire to the condition of music. Whatever that is.
That's dope, man. I like Plato then.
Yeah, it's one of the Hermetic principles, harmony, and rhythm. It's kind of like the fourth one, isn't it? Part of the heart chakra. If you put the Hermetic principles on the chakra system, it aligns with the heart. It's rhythm is, how you harmonize things, and also we talked about Confucianism, harmonious ease. Kind of Confucius and Plato have a parallel thing, because they thought that certain types of music should be censored in society because of this. They thought that certain types of music promote order.
Rap music.
Yeah, they said that
Especially
certain
the
type
stuff you play, that really bad stuff.
Gonna freestyle now?
Oh yeah, yeah, of course.
Cecil, and Diesel. Just kidding. Eating cereal. Wait, why are you not eating cereal?
No, bro. No.
Cecil, I have a blue tub.
Cecil, mini me.
Yeah.
All right, sorry to break that up.
Jeff, you got the same mic as Cynthia.
She got the same mic as me.
I got the
starter
what?
kit mic.
No, I'm just
We did.
I'm just talking to my iPad. Does my mic sound like shit?
No, it sounds good.
Whoever's talking, no, I can hear you fine. I just can't tell who it is. Oh, Pi, yeah, you sound fine.
Cool. Where we going? Where we been? Where we at?
I'll let Jeff respond to that.
I just hopped on to have my coffee. I don't know. Why don't you take us somewhere?
Take us on a thought adventure. Thought Adventure Theater presents, huh? What was that, Jeff?
We can go on a magical mystery tour.
On a magical mystery tour to explore the questions of if Jesus existed.
Oh.
Just what brought us into this. We'll see. That's the thing. Is like when you investigate the past, and I was going to talk about this, do a whole thing on history. When we investigate the past, a lot of people are busy investigating the future. That's the wrong way to go. History will tell us, if you don't know where you came from, you don't know where to go. And if you don't know where you're going, any road will take you there. So there's no sense in planning to go anywhere. If you don't know where you're leaving from, essentially, you know what I mean? Right. So, you have to have a reference point, a clear reference point, and that can only come from a stable position. You know what I mean? And those who sit on the rock, the solid rock, and see past the horizon, those are the people that are going to plan the future, but the people who build castles on shifting sands that are going to be washed away tomorrow, they're not going to fucking be planning anything. You know what I mean? Right. But they are doing things. The doing is not the planning. So I mean, there's a difference between real planning. It's about survival. It's about preservation. About yeah.
Do you think that people that I just had this thought, like people that plan for the future, really don't have a lot of faith And like
That's right. Yeah, that's a good one too. Yeah.
because if you're so worried about the future, then you are worried about the worldly things, right? If you're always planning in this about the worldly events that's going to happen, like then you don't really have a lot of faith deep down, and just you shouldn't worry about that shit.
So what should we worry about then?
We shouldn't worry.
I think we should worry.
Because this is what governments
we
do,
shouldn't.
right? They plan for the future. So
Yeah, that's you're exemplifying my point. The government's plan for the future because they're evil.
Oh, come on
Yeah.
now.
They're not
okay.
godly. They don't have
I like
faith.
that. That's a good answer. I like that. That's what I was alluding to. Yeah.
I don't know how many of us can control what we worry about. Anyway,
I think that there's stable science, but I don't think that science itself is stable.
The science is never settled. That's the term.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
It's never settled. So it underlies a constantly shifting view. So you can't attain to progress within science because the rug is constantly pulling out under your feet. There's a bootstrapping problem there.
Well,
You know,
not
so
only,
yeah.
not only on the fringe, only on the fringe. And if you are a scientist or truther or there is some actual, how do you say, concrete knowledge that is the truth, right?
Well, yeah, the scientific method is just proving something to be true. Like you're testing it, so it's proven to be true. Like over an
We know
experiment.
that water is wet, and that and we know that. Okay.
Yeah, but that's
can't
not
say
science.
water can also be no. Water is wet. And if it's dry, we call it ice. That's
And
that's a thing we know
exactly.
that will not change. That will not change. There's some things that we know that's
So
what
the
science is
sorry.
for. But then
But-
again,
but
on the
I wouldn't even
fringes
call
of
that-
science, on the fringes of science, it's always insecure there. So knowledge has a solid base, but a very insecure fringe edge, right? Whereas belief is just this thing that you hold on to, and it doesn't matter what reality shows you, you still will have this belief, this faith that reality is fooling you.
So
yeah,
like,
that's delusional.
if I took a dropper, went to the ocean, took out one drop of water from the ocean, put it in a jar, took it home, is that a drop of water or is that the ocean?
It depends on what you call it. Like,
So it depends on
it's
definitions.
language games. You can make a case for both.
You stop that. You don't be twisting my brain like that, fucker.
I'm just responding to your question.
See, I told you like this guy.
Carry on. Carry on.
That's good. That's twisted, dude. You're fucked up, dude. Why are you trying to do that to me? What time is it? It's 8:40 in the morning here in Cali. Dude, it's both, right? Can it be both?
Yeah, of course. You can be both at the same time.
And then I ask, how did it get there?
I guess by the person that took the dropper.
The aliens put it there. It evolved. It emerged.
You know what the fucked up part is? Is it like I think just like us, like we're always evolving and changing. Like there's not one wave that's the same. Like you can look into a river, it's like I can go there tomorrow, it's not the same river as it was yesterday. It's fluid, it's dynamic, it's always changing.
It's the Heraclitus. No man steps into the same river twice.
Yeah, when I did ayahuasca, like
You're going in.
what that taught me and I didn't go with any expectations. I had never even done mushrooms before that. I didn't even know what I was. I just trusted my friend. He was like my homeboy, my oak, and all these synchronicities happened. And I just went to Costa Rica and did this shit. And it was, yeah, that's kind of what it said to me. It's like life is an algorithm. It was like this snake vibration. It was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. But it told me you're not ever supposed to figure out life. You're never going to. The algorithm is ever changing. So right when you think you know, you won't, because you're not supposed to. And that's what keeps us thriving as human beings. Like, if we figured it out, like if we beat a video game, we get bored of it. So we're never supposed to figure out life. We can keep arguing till the days, like 100, 2,000 years from now. No one's going to really know, and we're not supposed to. And that's what keeps us thriving.
Yeah, I think that's
nothing to see here. Move along.
Yeah, right. And there's how can we perceive God with mere human minds? I mean, the assumption itself is impossible.
It's impossible, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, why do some people believe that people have seen God?
Well, that's an experience.
Oh shoot, I lost it.
If you've seen God, that's not a belief.
It's a recognition.
Yeah.
But didn't you just say that it's not possible?
Well, no, I said it's possible to perceive. Yeah.
Well, if you've seen it, even if you've seen it, you don't understand it, right?
Yeah, but okay. So maybe my, English is not my first language. So maybe to make the concept of a creator in the mind of us, the creations, right? I think that's just a bit too far for mere human minds, for mere creations minds.
But it hasn't stopped us. It hasn't stopped us. I mean, it might be too far in your opinion, but we're going to do it anyway. We're going to try.
You just showed me a parallel. But
yeah, of course we're going to do it anyway. Yeah, of course we're going to try. We want to.
So is that like an unassailable position or no?
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
You just showed me a parallel between God and science that I never saw before.
Yeah.
Because they're defining all these things, and essentially they're part of the creation. And so they're trying to define the creation.
Yeah, and that's why many atheist scientists come to the conclusion when they find the resolution of their quest, like, wow, this must be a divine creation, right? If you look into if you look into enzymes and the combination of enzymes and everything, that's pretty how do you say convincing. That's quite convincing for there to be a God. Enzymes are like crystals. They are the base of life. Crystals, enzymes, they are. So if you look into that, and I mean, if you're an atheist, a scientist, and you defy God to begin with, and you look into like the deepest chemical, and so even these people come to the conclusion there must be a creator.
No.
There is. Yeah.
Not all of them do, and that's not a scientific hypothesis.
Not all of them, but numbers of them do. Numbers of them do.
Some they might come up as like a personal opinion, but you have to be able to set up experiments and test, and you can't do that with God as a hypothesis. Chris and I did a whole episode. We spent hours arguing about this.
Things change.
And that's a good thing, right? Things change.
Yeah, I
Depends
agree.
on what they change it to. They can go up or down.
And they can go inward, backward, forward.
Cecil.
Cecil. He don't ever change.
Yeah.
Cecil is the only stable factor in this channel.
I think in the Fibonacci sequence, I think the FIBO, the FIBO stands for forward, inward, backward, outward.
Yeah.
Pretty deep, yo.
Not really.
But yeah, I like what you said about faith and progress. You know how it's well, if you think about it, I've been kind of presenting on my channel how the faith in science and technology, kind of in futurism, that is going to lead to this kind of transhumanism. Well, that's not only unscientific, but it also is sort of religious. Sort of quasi-religious, in that it presents a pseudo eschatology, of progress and future. So I was talking about that a little bit. How that this sort of pseudo eschatology is actually faithless, because it goes in contradiction to what is actually stated in the religious text about the apocalypse and the judgment and the end of the world. So it's like
actually a techno eschatology, right?
Yeah, it's a techno eschatology, a pseudo techno eschatology. Really, transhumanism is a religion. Yeah, for sure, Hank. He hit it right on the money, and it's kind of like, it's kind of like the religion of science and technology, and that kind of has its own outgrowth, to where it denies the apocalypse. So it denies that there's going to be an end to things. There's going to be a final end to things, or a final reckoning of things. So in that, it just says, well, things are going to go on. In that way, it's faithless, because, there for the biblical story, at least, to be true, there has to be a beginning to the world and an end of the world. And natural laws deny that there was a beginning to the world at all. Because the natural laws had to, the universe had to come into existence through the natural laws. So what were those laws doing at the beginning of existence? The whole story of science doesn't even make sense. And then on the other end, it can't have an end, because you don't know what's going to happen. We might move to another planet. So if the sun explodes, we might be able to move to a different solar system. So there's also the possibility of this endless future, which is like, not there in religion. In religion, the world's got to end, so.
Seems like a lot of, or most ideologies have a pseudo eschatology.
Dude, check out these storms.
Yeah.
This is what happened, dude.
Yeah, cosmology, cosmology, or the shape of the universe, and then the eschatology. Whoa, look at that dog! That guy just ran.
Where is that pie?
This is I'm in Northern California, so like all that rain and shit.
Oh,
dude, this whole
Pineapple Express or whatever.
Dude, this whole tree fucking uprooted. Like that tree is massive. And
that looks like hurricane level uprooted.
Dude, it broke my neighbor's fence and shit. But this fucking tree,
that's not natural. I'm pretty sure aliens did that.
That's
shit.
demons.
Yeah, look at that. Look what happens when you have thin roots, shallow roots.
Yeah, but all trees have shallow roots, guys. People you see these pictures of the root above the ground, or the tree above the ground is just as tall as the roots beneath the ground. That's not true. Okay, that's an illusion. So you can see how easily trees uprooted. Because of course there's like micro roots growing under these roots that you see, but the tree is not as big underground as it is above it. Okay, that's an illusion.
This one broke too. We had like 50-mile-an-hour winds, dude. It broke my whole fucking thing over here. It's crazy. Crazy shit.
What trees are they,
What was
Jeff?
it? A yurt?
What's up?
What is that? What was that?
So I have 2 containers where I like dry my weed, but this was this was like in between my house and the containers where I also dried my weed, but the whole fucking thing got blown away and broke. So anyways, yeah, it was pretty wild. But those are my greenhouses down there. You can see them in the distance.
How long do you dry them for?
Well, not as long as I should have. We in the summer, like, we were rotating shit so quick, it was too quick. So it was like, it's like 5 days and it should have been like 2 weeks, but we had so much shit to harvest that we just had to fucking do it. So anyways, sorry.
Well,
I'm gonna switch my camera.
That's a good thing, but you make it sound like it's a bad thing. You had so much fun.
It's
Yeah,
bad
I mean,
it's
and
bad
this-
because the trimming's a lot harder. In my
Yeah, I mean, like,
friend's opinion.
it's, yeah, like, it just, I think it affected the quality of the weed a little bit. So, like, I don't know, our THC levels were a little lower than last year, and I just don't think you should flash dry stuff. But I was listening to the guru guy that had never done dep runs before, and I just let them take the wheel, and I think they were wrong. So next year we're not going to do that. So in the fall it's okay because the weather's a lot better. It's just it's like a good environment in California. But our first takedown was like in July, so it was like 100 degrees, and we hung it out there under that one thing to flash dry it, and then we put it to the container like 24 hours later, and then moved to the bucking next. So it was like a quick process, and I think it fucked up I just don't think it could have been a lot better. So you live and you learn. I still stand on my product though. It's really good stuff, but
Oh, you do it professionally?
yeah, like,
Can't you see that
Yeah.
he does it professionally? Come on.
yeah, no, I have a
Love it.
license and everything. We got 10,000 square feet. I had 10 greenhouses, but it's a lot. Like, you learn a lot. We've been getting our ass kicked for the last 3 years, so between prices and just everything. So, but we do it right, and I don't use salts. Like, it's all natural. It's all organic. I don't even spray. We have predator mites and all kinds of shit. So pretty cool, fascinating shit. But the prices of weed just suck. So it's
I heard it's actually cheaper to just hire a chemist to make nutrients than it is to buy them.
yeah, it just depends on if you build your soil. Like, so if you're good
You
at
guys know what this
horticulture-
is?
Those are some mushies, bro.
No, that's sage.
Oh, that's sage. I thought that was mushies, bro.
It's that Gorilla Glue sage. I haven't said Gorilla Glue in a few years, so I just wanted to say it.
Yeah, I put sage when I smoke weed. I put sage in it.
You put sage in your weed?
Yeah.
You smoke sage?
Yeah, I smoke sage.
I've never heard of that.
No, Jeff, he just looks at it.
You know who else does that?
That's how he blows. That's how he
It's
blows
like-
our minds, bro.
It's like menthol weed, you know. It's like
I've seen a lot of Filipinos do that actually with their weed. Is they like to put sage in it.
That's interesting, Mystic.
Yeah, dude,
Wow.
that storm was crazy.
Mystic. Shit's hilarious. Said I woke up with a nug in my belly button. This shit's funny as that. That belly
That's
button weed. That's a sacred
damn.
treasure. Yep. Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. He's
So-
yeah.
Someone said, "Hey, I should name a strain that."
Yeah, I need one of those Arabic belly dancers with the weed in the belly button. Yeah, that's
See
what I
that
need.
belly button? Damn, bro, what you got there, man? I'm smoking that belly button, bro. Oh shit. So, Mr. B, where are you from?
Just around, man. Just around.
Right. You're totally anonymous, bro.
No, I just can't. It's hard for me to define those things in terms that are
It's hard
always
for you to say where
acceptable
you're
for
from.
all. Huh?
Where you live. It's hard for you to say where you live.
Well, you asked where I'm from.
Where do you live?
Why do you want to know?
Where are you currently from?
Why should I answer your question?
I really don't care. It's not going to keep me up at night. Wonder where you live.
Okay.
It's
Well,
just
then I
keeping
don't care either.
conversation.
I was just making small talk, but it's no big deal. I don't care where you live.
No,
either.
you're fine. Then Jeff got all extra weird on it.
I just asked you where you live. You said it was hard to say where you're from, and I'm
First,
trying
you
to
told me that he asked me where I live.
Okay, it
which
doesn't
is
matter.
not
Whatever.
correct.
Let's move on.
I mean,
whatever.
I'm just trying to pay attention to the conversation, dog. Like,
Okay, go ahead. Sorry,
I'm not trying to put you down. You're just not making sense.
I'm making don't put this on me. I'm making perfect sense. You're the one that said it's hard for you to talk about where you're from.
Yeah, just to let you guys know,
All I
these
did
guys
was
have
ask where you live. So I
these
didn't do
guys have
anything
a
weird or complex or anything. So don't put that
kind
on
of a
me.
blood feud going on. You know, it is.
Jeff is my mortal enemy.
Only because you make it that way.
Yeah, well, I don't ask you where you live.
That's why I'm your mortal enemy. We were fighting way before that.
Why are you guys fighting?
Pi was trying to make conversation.
Mostly stupidity, to be honest.
Are you calling him stupid or what?
No, that's the reason why we argue.
Just ever dumb shit.
We only argue when you start shit with. That's your spurgery.
Yes.
Okay, I apologize for asking myself where I live. My thing with Jeff is he just like won't let it go.
I just let it go and said you can move on. You're the one still talking about it. You see how you do stuff and then you put it on me. You like set me up as a scapegoat for shit that you yourself are doing. Continue.
That's
gonna
right.
sit here and work on my puzzle. I won't say anything. Go ahead.
Dude, one sip of coffee and you just get all crazy.
Talk. Go ahead. You want
What kind of puzzle do you do, Jeff?
Right now, I'm doing a logic puzzle.
A logic. Oh, I can see you do jigsaw puzzles.
I do those too.
Yeah, I can see that.
Better yet, what kind of coffee is that? Are you sure that's not ayahuasca? You know,
Folgers, classic roast.
Coffee's making them red.
No, the
Unless
lighting.
that's just the lighting.
That's Brown's boy.
yeah, just red as a tomato.
Oh,
and
that's
Cecil
great.
literally looks like Casper the Friendly Ghost. It's crazy. He's literally like shiny at this point.
He doesn't look very friendly.
Fucking white, bro.
From playing all them video games.
Because I'm fucking white, bro.
Damn, bro. Cecil's like, hey,
you know what I'm saying?
hey, let's see the side of your head. You look Anunnaki, bro.
We was Vikings. You know what I mean?
We was
Damn,
Vikings. That's right.
We was Anunnakis.
He's Anunnaki, bro.
The Anunnaki Elohim.
Hey, Cecil, are you really playing a video game right now?
Yeah.
Are you winning?
There is no winning, bro. There's
Yo.
just playing.
One time I was at this restaurant and I ordered gnocchi, and I didn't really like the way it tastes, so I asked for a new gnocchi.
But I'm pumped.
Sad trombone.
Yeah, that word gnocchi is the basis for gnosis. It's made out of potatoes, though. It's potato
They
pasta.
probably believe that.
Now I knows this.
Yeah, I'm playing this game where I'm like an interdimensional traveler, and like you're like trying to put Earth back together after it's been like torn apart with all these dimensional rifts and shit. It's
Are
pretty
you
sick,
winning? Are you winning?
I guess.
Are you putting Earth back together?
Yeah.
That's good.
Trying to think of the last video game. Go ahead.
Do you
was
think? No, go ahead.
I think the last video game I played might have been called Borderlands. It was like years ago. My buddy bought it, and I like killed it in like a day. I got to the last level, and I don't know. I just kept leveling up so quick I couldn't kill him. I don't know.
It was like a first-person shooter style game.
Was that a first-person shooter? Yeah, I think it was.
Okay, and you were like on like another planet, and you were going around and like shooting with gun. Yeah, I remember that. That was a really easy game.
Yeah, it was. Like I never played anything like Skyrim or anything like that. I never.
Cecil, what do you got in those boxes back there? Where are you going?
Huh? I'm not going anywhere. That's my mom's stuff. Why don't you go ask her?
You live with your mom?
I mean, I don't know, man. My mom's over there. Why don't you ask her?
I'm asking you. You should be able to say if you live with your mom or not.
Well, technically, we're all living with each other.
My mom wants me to go home and live with her. So
my family business, Jeff, is not something that I wish to share with you.
So you have a moving company?
Damn, Jeff, there's a lot of people suspicious of you.
Is it really? Why is his face so red?
Why is his face so red?
Jeff, why did you take some ice, bro?
Realistic questions.
He spiked his
Oh my
coffee.
gosh,
These
man,
are
you
basic.
okay?
Like if you were at a cocktail party, these are basic get to know you questions.
Get the man some aloe.
I can't remember the last time I was at something as sophisticated as a cocktail party, and somebody was asking me, "So, do you live with your mom?" Yeah, I can't imagine being asked that at a cocktail party, bro.
We're not
You've never been asked where you live, where you're from.
You know, we're all sitting around in tuxedos and freaking drinking martinis. So, my good man, do you live with your mother?
Yeah, I can tell you haven't.
Nah, bro, nah.
Well,
so you live with your mom. What's the next topic? Yeah, but Hank, look at who's doing the smacking. It's Cecil and Lanza. So
bro, I've said nothing mean at all. Like,
it's their defenses. They
your
can't
face is red. I mean, it's a fact. It's not.
Dude, Jeff, your face is blood.
My face is red.
I think you might fail at the whole psycho
The light in the morning.
If I wanted to be mean, I could, and I don't want to. So don't push it.
Looks like inflammation, son.
It's just the lighting.
I like Jeff, so I'm not trying to pick on you, but your face does look very pink. But I don't know. Doesn't matter.
It's the lighting. It'll clear up as the day goes on.
Cecil, your face looks stupid. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm just kidding. I like
That's
you.
like your opinion, bro. You know what I'm saying?
I know.
So do you guys like drinking piss?
Oh, not me.
That's Brian O'Shea.
I don't know. I was just making a joke because we're just asking weird questions.
Like where you're from or where you live, or if you live with your mom.
Hey, why don't you cam up, B?
I'm good, bro.
Come on, you You can't have a red face. Like,
my mother's not going to let me cam up. She just told me.
Have you ever seen him cam up? Machine Lies. Have you ever seen him cam up?
Oh yeah. Lance has been on cam before. He also did the whole thing where we were twins one day. You know, where he wore glasses with the long hair. You know. Yeah.
Wow, dude. I can't believe you can remember stuff like that with all the people that come through here. I'm serious.
You're a notable character, my friend. It is what it is, man.
I used to have long hair like Machine Lies. I just cut it in December. I let it grow for 2 years.
Did you donate it? Okay, well, while we're talking about long hair, the only place I know of that you can donate hair for free, they need minimum of 12 inches.
That's dirty.
Is called
that's discrimination.
Well, let's clean it up now because I'm about to say it's called Wigs for Kids.
Or you could just be like Mitchell. You know, he actually buys horsehair and gets it transplanted into his head.
Are you just saying that? Does he really?
Yeah, I just made that up, but it is what it is. It's still. I hope it still goes out there, but it is because he made up shit about me. But yeah,
so y'all still have the little feud is still going.
No, yeah. I mean, I don't like the little fucker. I mean,
I should have donated it to Cecil.
Don't black girls do that? It's called like a weave or some shit, right?
Yeah. Dude, whoever got my hair, I was like, they're gonna love it.
They end up with a toe up weave.
Hey, Cecil, you kind of look like Vin Diesel.
What? Why is Jack worried about?
That's not the first. You're not the first person who told me that. Although I don't really see the resemblance, but
Vin Cecil.
What's going on with that?
But like,
Hey, dude. Hey, dude. Are my eyes red? Wait. Hey, dude. Are my eyes red, dude? Wait. Hey, dude. I need some weed, bruh. What, dude?
Vin Cecil, that's right.
Vin Cecil.
Yeah, you guys ever see that movie where he jumps out of the plane and he goes, like they're gonna throw him out of the plane and he goes, "I live for this shit." It's super cringe. It's like one of the most cringe scenes. So just like,
oh hey, you know when Triple X.
Yeah, Triple X, where he's like, I live for this shit, and he jumps out of the plane. That's one of the most cringe scenes of all time. Yeah,
that bridge that they did the Corvette off is right. It's like an hour away from me. The one they did that stunt on.
Oh, for real? Oh
yeah.
Shit. Damn. There's probably a bunch. They probably like hide kids' bodies under that fucking bridge.
They wasted a Corvette. Damn it. Hey, yo, B, what's up, bro?
Dude, Heretical's laying some funny jokes out right now. Talking about you in chat rooms typing ASL. I haven't even thought about ASL in like 15 years.
I can't see the chat. Is the chat on fire? Are they saying funny shit?
I thought so.
No, but Jackson, they're talking about horsecock.
Yeah, I can't see the chat either, dude.
Where'd you get all the sun, Jeff?
It's not sun, it's the lighting.
Yeah, do you have a sunburn?
No, I don't even go. I never go outside. It's definitely not
don't
sun.
be so
they don't have
sensitive.
sun up here anyway.
Don't be so sensitive, bro. Don't be so sensitive about your skin color.
Are there other
Cecil?
No, we didn't ask you to expose yourself.
I don't know what would lead you to believe that. I don't care what you ask me. You don't answer any of my questions anyway. Why would I care what you ask
I'm
me?
just doing a parody of you, bro. I'm gonna ask you a
Oh,
question,
okay.
and
It
then whatever
wasn't
you
funny.
answer,
That's
I'm
why I
gonna
didn't
teach you to be insensitive.
recognize it because it wasn't funny.
Don't be so sensitive, dude. Don't be
Okay.
so sensitive.
Defense. Defense.
He turned his freaking camera off. That means he's
Dude,
sensitive.
Come here and start
Yeah.
asking questions and just get all defensive and tell people you don't care what they think and shit. Like, why are you even here, bro? To be honest, like, that's a fair question.
Like, bro, I'm sitting here trying to play fucking video games, pass the time by, and people
No, I'm
start
talking
asking
about
me
Jeff. I'm talking about
questions.
Jeff, dog.
Oh, I know. It's like there was this one time I was talking to Flow State. I wasn't even talking to Jeff. I was talking to Flow State about, yeah, bro, I need to get my criminal record sealed too, blah, 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 blah. And he's like, what do you have a criminal record for? I'm like, I don't really want to freaking, like, I don't want to talk about that. Well, you seem pretty sensitive.
Yeah, Cecil says things on panel, and then when other people ask him perfectly logical questions about it, he gaslights.
From your
like,
point of view, they seem
intruding
logical.
into his business
From your
somehow.
point of view. So
The only
anyway,
reason I'm asking is
to
'cause you
finish
said
my
it.
story, I didn't even answer. I wasn't even answering him, and other people were like,
That's
"It's not
weird to you that
sensitivity
somebody
to
would
not
ask
want to
you a question
clue
about
you
something
in
you
on
said
my
on a
business,
public
bro."
panel. That's weird to you.
Like,
Like you're having a private
okay,
conversation.
well, first of
And I'm
all,
sitting at the
one, I
next
wasn't
table
even
over,
talking.
butting into your conversation.
Two, if I don't want to clue you in on my business, I don't have to. Okay, you don't have to accuse people
No,
of
I
being
didn't say you had
sensitive
to,
and
but
all
I
this
don't know if you
bullshit.
understand conversation or panels or how they
Oh,
work. Because
yeah, I
you're
do,
framing
bro.
the
I do. Trust me,
situation
I'm pretty good at it.
completely
I'm
different than
not
it
being
actually
good
is to
you
make
on
me
that
look a
level.
certain way.
Hey, Jeff.
And you
Or,
just look
yeah,
stupid doing it.
is there two people here named Jeff?
Basically, Cecil's laying his foot down. You know, he's had enough of this. He's
But he's
had enough of
ranting
this shit.
about something stupid. He's irritated that people on a public
You don't
panel
know
ask
me,
him
bro.
questions
You don't know
about
me.
things he
Okay,
says on
I'm
that
not
panel.
irritated.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not irritated. I was talking to somebody else who was
On
brought
a
up the
panel in
conversation of
public where
having a criminal
anybody
record
can respond and
extra.
react.
Okay, and I was like, yeah, dude, I need to get that done too, you know. And you were like, well, what do you have a criminal record for? And I'm like, I don't want to talk to you about that. I just
Yeah, but
was
it's not
agreeing with
weird
somebody
that
else.
somebody would if you just brought up having a criminal record. It's not weird that somebody would ask you about it if you just brought it
Hey,
up.
Okay,
guess-
and
You don't have
Hey,
to answer, but
somebody
to
would say,
act
I
like
don't want
it's
to talk
so
to you.
weird that this person asked you, and to create this whole story around my asking you
So
if you had a
Jeff's
criminal
saying,
record.
Jeff's talking
Hey.
about being gaslighted. I have one question. If there's gas on the ground and you light it, what color does it become? Like a red? And what color is
Orange.
Jeff?
Who's that?
Orange.
He's straight gaslit.
It's a stupid question.
Hey.
Like,
Yeah,
if I
that
want
was
to
kind of
talk
funny.
about my life with people on the internet, I have the right to not be interrogated.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah,
You
see,
know what I
so
mean?
I don't know where you're getting the idea that you don't. Like, I don't know, like, I don't know why you're changing the conversation to that because that's not what happened.
No, that is
Cecil-
what happened.
No,
Cecil, can
I
you wear a
never
wig?
told you have to tell me
Mhm.
you don't have the right to your private or anything like that.
Cecil,
You're
can you
taking
wear
a
a wig?
perfectly innocent conversation and you're making it about some issue that it was never about.
Well, no, that's fine. But then your next response is, "Oh, well, you don't need to be all sensitive." No.
Okay, hey,
And
I
there
know
were
how to.
other people.
I know how to
That's
handle
labeling.
this.
Audience
You
shit
still go to like
standing up
debating
saying,
Everybody
weekly.
calm down.
"No, it's
Everybody
not
calm down.
sensitivity to
Right
tell somebody to
now,
mind their
you
own
are the
business."
one being sensitive about it right now, and then you're trying to make it seem like I'm the one.
Jeff, you are
calling you out
labeling
for being
people.
sensitive.
I know how to handle
Exactly.
this.
This is abuser tactics.
Okay, everyone, just hold your breath. See who can
Okay.
hold their breath the longest. 1, 2, 3.
I'll give you $100 if you don't breathe any more air.
I was actually in the water and blew bubbles.
I won, you dumbasses.
All right. Now, can I just I want to like cancel something out. Jeff, are you okay?
Fine.
Yeah, I'm okay.
You're doing my puzzle.
All right. As long as Jeff's okay, then we shouldn't have any more problems.
I'm sorry, I wasn't the one.
Hey,
bad.
who's Silver Tongue Cavalier? Come up, Silver Tongue Cavalier.
That's Neuro.
I'm still holding my breath. by the way.
Yeah, I knew the two white guys who are a different color on the panel would have a problem with each other. You know, that's how it's been for years. It's like Protestants, Catholics. You know, it's like nobody kills white people like other white people. You know.
Cecil, when are you moving out?
Jeff, that's a good look. You should walk around with a red light on you all the time.
Okay.
Like orange versus
Take that into
green.
consideration. Thank you for your fashion tips.
Get one of those things that like shows all the stars floating around and just like tape it to your shirt or something. Have it just hit your face. You could just be like a beaming science project.
Thank you. That's very creative.
Nobody knew this was Neuro. He's good at hiding himself. Yo.
I wouldn't mind if Nero joined. He's pretty funny sometimes. He says things that seem like they're a little different, and then the answers he gets like crack me up, dude. Like,
is it Nero Cuck? What's his name? Nero Cuck?
No.
He's trying to bait Neuro to come up here.
Is it Nero Cuck? Oh, Nero Cuck, the Brainiac. Oh, okay. I don't think he has anything to offer.
He's a conspiracy.
It's probably cool. Like, he doesn't need to come up here. He's like too cool. I mean, Nero Cuck. He's too cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's probably like, I don't know. He's probably super attracted to me, and so he's intimidated. What do you think? Machine Lies? Do you think Nero Cuck?
I didn't even know you guys were feuding from the chat. I wasn't reading the chat, but yeah, I guess you guys be feuding. What did he say, or what happened, or what's the moment that set it off?
No, nothing. I just made it up.
No one lives with Daddy. I'm trying to read the chat. There's so many people out here, man. Bless you guys for being here. Sideways.
Oh, how many people?
Oh, it's like 38 people. I mean, it's like more than usual. I don't know. I don't really get that many people, but yeah. I appreciate everyone. Yeah, thanks.
This has been pretty fun. I'm not gonna lie. The machine lies, but not me.
That's how it be. We're gonna take another musical break. You know what I mean? And we'll bring some more things. Did Jesus exist? Shit. Are we ever gonna get to this? This question.
Yeah. What happened to that?
What happened to that shit?
I come back and we're talking about nothing.
Yeah, let's listen to Lee Perry and then do that. Yeah, I'm gonna play some Lee Perry and smoke with you guys. You guys want to smoke with me?
All right. Let's smoke it out, dude.
Purity rock. Let's go, guys. Let's do this, man. All right. Get some Lee Perry out here. Scratch.
Purity attack. Step back. Purity attack. Unholy step back. Purity attack. With a purity rock. Unrighteous step back. Purity rock, purity attack, purity and talk, and purity non-stop, purity non-stop, purity and talk. I gonna hit the devil with a purity rock, purity attack, on the mountain top, purity attack, on the mountain top, purity attack, on the mountain top, and purity attack, from the very lowest drop, who don't get it. Purity rock, purity knock, purity knock and purity rock. Kryptonite with a kryptonite rock. Hit them with the kryptonite rock. Hit them with the lick and hit them with the kick. Unrighteousness go backward, unholiness go backward. I command thee. Evil spirit go backward. Evil souls go backward. Evil words go backward, converse no can. Evil sounds go backward, evil tongue. Click, 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 evil tongue. Pow, 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 evil sons. Go back, go back, go back, step back. Purity rock, purity and talk, purity and talk, and purity non-stop. Purity non-stop, and purity and talk. I gonna hit the devil with a purity rock. Purity and talk, on the mountain top. Purity and talk, on the mountain top. Purity and talk, on the mountain top. And purity and talk, from the very lowest drop. Go down devil, go down evil words, go down evil sound, go down evil crown, and go down evil throne. Go down evil tongue, and go down evil flesh. Go down evil bone, and go down evil skin. Go down evil body, go down evil body, go down evil flesh, and go down evil bone. Go down evil words, go down evil sound, go down evil brain, and go down evil plane, go down evil aeroplane, go down evil train, and go down evil brain, go down evil flesh, go down evil bone, go down evil spirit, and go down evil heart, go down evil man, go down evil woman, go down evil boys, go down evil toys, go down evil girls, and go down evil world. Purity rock, purity and talk, purity and talk, and purity non-stop, purity non-stop, and purity and talk. I gonna hit the devil with a purity rock. Purity and talk, on the mountain top. Purity and talk, on the mountain top. Purity and talk, on the mountain top. And purity and talk, from the very lowest drop. Go down devil.
Clear the air with the purity rock. Hit them with the rock. And then I hit the devil with the purity rock. You know what I'm saying? But yeah. Go down evil plane. Go down evil world. Go down evil boys. And go down evil girls.
Did you make that in art class?
We got guy folks. Can't be folks with out here. You can't be folks with. You know, we making new memes. We making new themes. And we're having new dreams of a brighter tomorrow without the pre-planned progress of the future, the messianic dream. You know what I mean? But yeah, we got the Messiah figure right here. Jay Snooze.
Wow.
Was he real? Was he real? Or was he just Dr. Snoozer? Dr. Seuser?
Who's this guy?
Jay Seuss. Jay Dr. Seuss. Or was it a real man with the plan? Who's this guy?
I mean, if he has that name, he sounds like a character to begin with. You know, looks like one too. But I want to hear more about this character. Never heard of him.
Yeah, we got one view, mythicism, and the other view is about him as a historical figure. You know, that's the historian's view. You know, so the scientists and the scholars and the historians, they've come to a consensus, you know, through archaeological evidence that Jesus was a historical figure. But of course, they can't claim through their methodological devices that he performed any miracles or that any of the story of the Gospels actually checks out. You know, so they can't confirm any of the story of the Gospels. You know, but what they can confirm is that, you know, he was just a historical figure, a regular dude who lived. But the mythicists, they doubt that position. They say no. It has to be based on ancient myths, you know, pagan myths. You know, I don't know where that sound's coming from, but yeah, I think it's I'm gonna fucking mute. Either
Coming
mute
from the
Cecil.
lies.
Yeah, it's coming from the lies, yo. It is what it is. Somebody's got their whatever. I'm not gonna fucking. I'm just gonna mute everybody's background noise, or isn't that how you do it? Edit mic settings, reduce mic background noise. Automatically adjust. Yeah, I'll figure that out with everybody.
Trying to show me the way, but the devil tried to keep me down.
Exactly.
I got a headset, so I don't know if there'll be any background noise for me.
Is it me? Here, I'll mute.
Sorry, dude. I'm just like trying to blast through some shit right now. You know, it's probably me.
I don't know. I actually don't know where it's coming from. It might be. It might. If it's me, I wouldn't know. So if I talk, it goes away, and then it comes back.
It's Buster's laptop.
Sooner or later, you're gonna bring me down.
Here, let me remove everyone one person at a time and see what's going on. Okay, at least I know that it's not my mic. I'm just checking if it's my mic, because if it's my fucking mic, then I had to get a new mic. You know what I'm saying? So that would be a problem. If it's somebody else, I don't even care if it's somebody else. It's fine. But yeah, it is what it is. Yeah.
Bye.
Pleased to meet yesterday for the first time is Dr. Bart D. Ehrman. He's the James A. Gray Distinguished Professor of Religious
Oh
Studies.
God, fuck this guy. Fuck the shape of his head. You
Did he
know.
just
No
say
offense.
party?
I just hate this shit.
I do the same
If
thing
our
too. Like,
timekeeper is ready,
Cecil is offended. Cecil is
we will
offended.
go ahead and begin with
No,
Dr.
his
Ehrman.
head is a lot more. You know, like Cecil's head is
Like
a lot more
fat head.
Yeah, like his head is a lot more symmetrical. That guy's like a fat head guy with like a goatee.
He's
Fucking
just like
weird.
a evil villain at the boss level for Cecil's video games.
Yeah, it looks like somebody put on like brass knuckles and like punched him in the head a few times. It's fucking weird. This is a fat, like gelatinous skull of this fucking Matt Dillahunty guys. Yeah, I don't know where you get that. I don't know where fat heads come from, like what race of people they are. But yeah, they definitely have Indians with heads that are fat as hell, you know. Like I see some Indian dudes where I'm like, holy shit, dude, look at the fucking head on that guy. You know,
Dude,
and they're always bobbling too, you know. So you know,
They
Dude, look
got
at it.
folds in the back.
He's got
Yeah.
some fucking. He's got some fucking knees on him.
yeah, this guy,
He's
yeah,
got big booty. He's got big booty knees.
yeah. That guy looks
Yeah,
like he sits there all day. Like that's where he like literally lives, and then they bring furniture in and for him to like interview somebody.
They
you
bring
gotta
the
love.
chair in with him sitting in the chair, right? It looks
Yeah,
like
you gotta love the sandals. You know, he's got
Like
the sandals. On.
literal armchair critic.
He got big booty knees.
Now Erman, yeah, this guy looks totally weird, man. I don't know. I don't like this guy.
Ehrman's 30-minute
Looks like
presentation.
an alien.
Yeah, he looks fucking creepy. He looks creepy and weird. But here he goes. He's gonna argue that Jesus did exist, but that he was
Like
a
Mitch
historical.
McConnell's cousin or something.
Like all black. Look at him.
Hey, do you think these guys really believe this shit?
Of course not. Or yeah, they'd have to some degree.
It's hard to say. It's hard to say because see, like with this guy, it's like he's trying to fulfill like a worldview that he already has. So I mean, it's not such a stretch for him to believe the things he believes because he believes in like science and atheism.
Hey, real
So
quick.
it just
So
goes with everything.
I'm gonna throw this on a really big other topic.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Yeah.
So the prophecies that are
Right.
supposed to be happening in the Bible or whatever. If the people, the ones in charge, want it to, like, if these biblical things are said in the Bible, don't you think that they can make them happen now? So with like cloud seeding, it just happened in California. Like there was a I just saved a fucking video of it where this girl went like 5 days ago in San Diego, and she had the documents and said, you guys cloud seeded on December 25th, blah 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 blah.
Jeff,
So
we all know that this is the thing. So
okay, well,
yeah.
Well, my point
Yeah,
is
isn't that close to what Voy was saying earlier about them faking, like redoing the whole Jesus thing right after it happened?
So what I'm saying is that
They ran
they
the
can.
simulation like right after, you know.
Yeah,
so-
and they do that shit just to fuck with Christians too, by the way.
Well, yeah, what I'm saying is they have the ability to make the prophecies come true. So it looks like it's a biblical prophecy, but it's really they can manipulate anything with the floods and all this other shit. Anyways, continue.
Yeah, I think you're on the, I would agree with that. Whether they wrote it or somebody else wrote it and they're just making it look like it could, like the current days are, how do you say, the same as in the scriptures. It doesn't need to be that, but it can be both ways, and it sure is something to think about, Jeff. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's like well, here's a huge example is the Schofield Bible. You know what I mean, right? Where the Schofield Bible, where it comes from a literalist interpretation of the Bible, and one of the things that it charges Christians for is the sin of anti-Semitism, and it concludes that the Jews have to be brought back to Israel so that Jesus can come back. So in the Schofield Study Bible, it kind of tricks Christians into believing that that Israel has to be kind of reestablished, for the second coming to be brought to fruition. So a lot of the evangelicals, that's why they actually support the state of Israel. It's because their views have been hijacked by the Schofield Bible, and they're kind of like in tacit support of this like ready-made messianic prophecy because they take a literal view of that. Because before that, if you said like, oh shit, the Jews are gonna come back in Israel, then like motherfuckers are gonna be like, which Jews? We don't even know who the Jews are. It's got to be metaphorical because like, which Jews are you talking about? Some of the Jews are fake Jews. They're like the synagogue of Satan. So you don't even know.
Most of them.
Yeah, so they're like Jews. Who you talking about? Like, what's a Jew? Like, you know what I mean, right? So then they used to see it as allegorical, but then when you take a literalist interpretation, then you can just script that fucking shit. It's about to happen next. Right? It's like, oh shit.
Yeah, and so therefore the Schofield Bible would just be, how do you say, an addendum to Zionism, right? Because it would, how do you say, it applies to the concept of there needing to be an antichrist before Christ returns. Right? So first there must be an antichrist, and then he will be. That's the illusion that they might be creating.
So this is kind of what Machine was just saying is kind of in line with like what Adam Green was saying, where like the Bible has been engineered
Yeah, it's a
in
self-fulfilling prophecy is what he was saying. Yeah, that's the words he
right.
uses. Yeah.
It's been engineered so that freaking it basically ends up creating like Christians are supposed to worship Jews or freaking be all like
Yes, have a
yeah
different awareness about it.
yeah I'm all right.
Because that's why I could see scientism wanting to jump on board with that. Because why else would they want to jump on board with that?
Rand says Bunny says the Antichrist is Christianity. That's an interesting perspective.
It sounds the same.
Yeah, it sounds the same exact as what Voy was just saying. That like, oh shit, they just structured a fake thing around a fake event after a real one already happened. Right?
Well, this just goes back to your book, right? I mean, basically, Paul was the catalyst for forming this whole thing.
Yeah, I got a lot of that in my book because it's clear that, if you want to put special emphasis on anybody creating, as I write in my book, this dual road of salvation for Christians and Jews, because in Romans he kind of says, salvation is made first for the Jew, but then also for the Gentile. So he even says that salvation was first given to the Jews, and then the Gentiles are grafted into the fold of salvation. But the way they're grafted in is through two different sets of laws, essentially. So it's kind of interesting, the conclusion he comes to, and also he's got this kind of binatarian formulation, where you have God and the Son, and God is a ruler of, of the, primordial age, the devil is the ruler of this age, and the age to come, is the age where Jesus will rule, it's the age of the kingdom, age of the coming of the kingdom of God, so there's this inherent futurism attached to it,
Like same shit, different day.
Hey, so this is a personal question, Mohammed. So, since you're a Muslim, right? I don't know that much about the Quran or about Islam, but I heard that people also believe in the second coming of Christ or third coming of Christ. So, what's your take on that? Is that also one of your beliefs, or?
Yeah, that's the thing, is that now that now that Jews have actually convinced Christians, that Jesus was a Jew, and that he came to fulfill Judaism, it's going to be very easy when they have the Antichrist, because the Antichrist is going to be Jewish. So they're gonna actually, it's gonna be really easy when they sit that guy in the temple. Over half of the Christians in the world are gonna believe that it is Jesus, whoever they claim is their Messiah, whether or not it's a Jew or not. So in other words, the Messiah, or the second coming of Jesus, there's no conclusion that it's gonna be a Christian. Actually it's anticipated for them that it's gonna be a Jew. So, so for a lot of people in the world, it's a done deal, because when the Jews and Christians pick their Messiah or their leader, that's when the Muslims say, well, Jesus is going to be the person who finally kills, who finally slays the Antichrist, and the Antichrist could be, either the person himself or the entire system of the Antichrist, where I think that there's also an Antichrist system, and I think that that's already at play. I think the Antichrist system is already here,
Yeah, I hear what you say, but it doesn't answer my question.
Well, what was it? What hit me with it again then?
So
not so accurate, but
no, yeah. I mean, I like your elaboration on it. But so
Yeah.
do you actually believe or expect Jesus or Isa to come back, either as the Antichrist or as the Messiah? No. either as the Antichrist or as the Christ after the Antichrist?
Well, I think it's clear that the Jews are going to build a third temple, and then they're going to select their Messiah. You know, when they select that Messiah, half of the Christians of the world are going to believe that that's the Messiah, and then that Israel is going to replace America or the West as a ruling power in the world. And I think the person who takes out that system is going to be the other system in the world, which is Islam.
Okay.
And I do think out of that system of Islam, that low tech system that is not part of the world civilization. It's not part of the Israel civilization. Is actually part of the people that they're genociding and removing right now. Which should tell people something about what they're really afraid of. You know what I mean, right? But then, but really, what it is that they're going to create the third temple, and they're going to do it right on top of the mosque there, which is the Masjid al-Aqsa, mosque, because they think that the Temple of Solomon is buried underneath the mosque. They've been digging underneath the mosque, so and this is the type of shit that if you say out loud, your video or your channel might get taken down. But the thing is that, Jews and Christians are going to select a false Messiah. And, a leader from the Muslim world is going to rise up and slay that fucking Antichrist, and, for all intents and purposes, for me, that's going to be the second coming right there, boom, bap.
Well, at least some of the Christians will think that's the Antichrist because they believe Antichrist is a literal political figure that's going to sit in the temple as the abomination of desolation. So
that's
that
why
has
I
to come
think
first.
Yeah, that's why I think that certain Christians get it
For the
all the way.
eschatology.
They figured it out, and when I talk to certain Christians, they're more aware than Muslims about what the real order of events are. So that's why I think, because I live here in Michigan, and there's a lot of Muslims around, but they don't really resonate. I mean, I'm talking mainly to just the regular person online. Most of my audience is not going to be Muslim, give or take. But yeah, I live here in America, and I see lots of churches, and it is what it is. If I'm talking mostly to Christians, I'm going to be talking about the Bible, and it seems like certain of them understand the order of events that's going to happen. They understand the beast system as it exists today. They understand, the true role of Jesus. They understand that Jesus is not going to be a Jew. They reject Judaism and all of those types of things. And, it is what it is, so, there's certain types of people that, are going to stand against the tide of events no matter what, so, to me, it's not a question whether they're Christians or Muslims, but just to realize that most of the Christians and Muslims in the world are puppets of the Kabbalists and the Freemasons, at this point, So because they're part of the beast system, that came from that 16th century shift.
Okay, so play the video and make it big screen, please.
Okay.
I mean, there's easier ways to make $1 than this. Just saying.
I know.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for coming out. It's a lively crowd, I can tell. So this is definitely an unusual experience for me. Just a second, let me get my timer going. Don't want Matt.
Whoops. Man, maybe we won't play the fucking video.
Yelling at me?
Oh, shit.
Right, this is an unusual experience for me. I do a number of debates, but normally I'm debating an evangelical Christian or a fundamentalist about something of interest to fundamentalists. such as whether the the Gospels are completely accurate or not, or whether the historian can prove that Jesus was raised from the dead.
Oh, he's still
Normally, when I
there.
do these debates, I do them in front of a large fundamentalist or conservative evangelical audience. So the last one I did was in the Deep South, and there were like 600 people there. And I started out the debate by, we were debating on, I don't know what we were debating on.
Dude, who gives a fuck, dude? Like, move on to the topic. Like, where's this fucking...
From the dead.
This, he's not going to pull a whatchamacallit, Seoberg.
A comedy engine this strong takes a while to rev up.
Yeah, he made a little joke that we just totally skipped. We're going to move on to his presentation.
With Bob Price. But okay, I do want to get the lay of the land here. How many of you would consider yourselves a committed?
Oh, God, he's not done yet doing the stupid fucking raise your hand stupid shit. Shut the fuck up, dude.
He's got the look that I don't like.
Yeah.
The nose and the glasses.
The debate's
Yeah, he's got that like
big nose.
Hi, Mark Barden at Sandy Hook Promise here.
Oh, here's another one.
What the fuck? Sandy Heart Promise? Oh, okay. We can't even play this, can we?
Gunman.
Okay, yeah. Okay, no comment. No comment. Yeah.
Well, okay. So this is obviously an important issue for you, and it should be an important issue for everybody. I mean, if Jesus didn't exist, that would be a big deal. There are 2 billion people in the world today who worship Jesus. Christianity completely changed Western civilization. There has been nothing like Christianity that has affected such change in the history of the West. Nothing. This is actually the topic of the book that I'm working on now, is how Christianity took over the Roman Empire. But realize if Christianity had not become the religion of the West, we simply would not have the cultural history we've had.
Okay, so see, even by being an atheist, he's still a quote-unquote cultural Christian, which is an interesting role to inhabit, See, you'll see this with methodological atheists and even methodological Satanists, like our friend Gen X Jeff. He takes the full position that Western culture, Western society has attained to a unique set of values, a la liberalism. So they're kind of cultural Christians. They agree with cultural Christianity, but they don't agree with Christianity. So they agree that Christianity is the religion of the quote unquote West. It's fucking weird, But yeah, it's a tongue twister. Yeah, it is what it is.
You're thinking in terms of art or literature or music or architecture, our lives would be incalculably different. If Jesus never lived, this is a religion based on a myth. I myself am not a believer in Jesus, but I do believe in history. And I believe
like, what does it mean to believe in history, right? Is that he said, I don't believe in Jesus. Is a belief in Jesus and a belief in history of the same category here? Like,
did I catch it when he said, I don't believe in Jesus, and he put out his thumb like almost onto his chin, or was that a misconception?
I saw that.
You saw that too?
Yeah, he's got some fucking...
Can you rewind it 5 seconds or 10 seconds?
Let's see.
Oh, you saw that too.
Music or architecture, our lives would be incalculably different. If Jesus never lived, this is a religion based on a myth. I myself am not a believer in Jesus, but I do believe in history.
He did something weird. He did like
he did it like twice.
Like over his lip.
Yeah, he did something. Yeah, I don't know. Slytherin.
Slithery. Let's just call it a
Slytherin. He's of the Slytherin.
Yeah, we will not make any conclusions. It's just an observation.
important to know what actually happened in the past, even if we would prefer that something else had happened. Let me give you a brief synopsis of my position tonight. My brief synopsis.
That's so weird because he just said he believes in history. So how could he not wish for, history to appear the way his dogma suggested to appear to him? He follows a scientific dogma, so he's going to see history in a certain way. But I guess he's not thinking of that. He's not considering that, within his analysis, that shapes his analysis. He has this pretense to objectivity, so because he quote unquote believes in history. That's really quite amazing,
This. Whatever else you want to say about Jesus of Nazareth, I think you can say that he certainly existed. In my talk, I'm going to be mounting the positive arguments for that, some of the positive arguments, and we have only 30 minutes. If you've read Bob's works, he could go for 30 days without repeating himself. So we only have 30 minutes. So I'm going to give you some of the stronger arguments that Jesus certainly existed. I'm not going to be spending a lot of time on the arguments on the other side. I'm not going to be spending time refuting mythicist arguments. For one thing, in this debate, you haven't heard any yet, so I'm not going to be refuting them. But I did want to start out just by saying a couple of things, just to give you a sense for what I think is sometimes happens, which is that sometimes mythicists mount arguments that for me at least are not very convincing. And so I just want to give two of those before getting into the positive side. Again, not having a clue what Bob is going to say. First thing I want to say is the first argument that I find completely unconvincing, that some of you have heard and maybe have found convincing, is the idea that Jesus of Nazareth could not have existed because Nazareth did not exist. There was no Nazareth. I simply have never found this argument to be anywhere close to persuasive for two reasons.
That's not the kind he's going to use. So it's obvious that before he goes and debates this guy, he's going to put up these fucking arguments that the guy's not even close to going to make, at all. And I've read both of these guys' work, and this is a pretty big time debate. This is like, I don't know how many people watch this fucking particular debate. Let's see what it is, This is a reposted version of this. It says over 1 million people watch this fucking debate. So yeah, it is what it is, right? But yeah, yeah, it's one of the big time debates. I mean, can you imagine a debate that 1 million people have watched? There's not that many on the internet, I'll tell you that much. But yeah.
One reason is archaeologists have dug where ancient Nazareth was, and they've discovered that it was there. This is not a debated point among Palestinian archaeologists, several of which are good friends of mine. They don't debate whether Nazareth existed because they have dug it and they found it. They've uncovered a house there. They've uncovered a farm there.
It's weird. He said Palestinian archaeologists. What does that mean? Does he mean Jews? This is weird.
They've uncovered pottery there. They've uncovered coins there. The pottery and the coins date to the days of Jesus. Certainly, Nazareth did exist. It's been shown to exist. Anyone who thinks otherwise simply doesn't know the archaeological record. I'm afraid it's that simple. The second reason for not being convinced by this, though, is this. Saying that Jesus did not exist because he could not have been born in Nazareth is like saying Barack Obama doesn't exist because he couldn't have been born in America. What everyone thinks about the birther issue, and judging from your show of hands, I think most of you don't subscribe to it, it's got nothing to do with whether Barack Obama actually exists or not.
By the way, the birther conspiracy thing that they released, by Frank Gaffney, and I think even Trump was involved in it. That was one of the progenitors of the QAnon conspiracy theory. So it's interesting that it has ties. All the people that spread the QAnon, they were linked to the birther conspiracy first, saying that Obama. Well, I guess the conspiracy was that Obama was a secret Muslim that was going to take over America and implement Sharia law by a certain date or something like that. But yeah.
Same with Nazareth. Second mythicist argument that people make is that if Jesus' life, as described in the Gospels, follows certain set patterns that you can see in Old Testament stories, or in myths about dying and rising gods, or in tales told about other religious figures, that if these stories are in these set traditions, then probably Jesus didn't exist. I've never found this persuasive either. Most historical figures that we have accounts of have legendary tales told about them in set patterns. That was true for George Washington. It's true for Julius Caesar. It's true for the founder of Hasidic Judaism.
I don't even remember who that was that just left just now.
I think it was Lanza.
I think
okay.
I do like his that he wants to correlate like Julius Caesar, Judaism, Christ, and George Washington in just one sentence. I like that. I wonder where this is going.
Yeah, he just mentioned an extremely strange point about the founder of Hasidism. You know, the
Right?
the Baal Shem Tov, and I don't know if you guys, I don't know if you guys know this, but Hasidism, or the birth of the Orthodox Judaism, it's weird that they call it Orthodox Judaism. You think that means that it's like biblical or something, or they follow the Bible? No, they follow a 15th century sect.
Yeah.
You know, so Orthodox really kind of means like Protestant in a way. You know, it's like Protestant Judaism in a way, you know, that was really formed in Europe around the 15th century, you know. So, you know, what does that suggest to us about what most people think about Judaism or about the Hebrew language or anything about that shit? I mean, it's totally different from what people expect, you know. Judaism has been updated. You know, it was updated with the Talmud in the 5th century. It was updated by Maimonides and other philosophers like Gersonides. You know, these are all Jewish philosophers who lived in Muslim countries at the time. You know, in the 11th century, you know, they updated the laws. In the 15th century, they developed Hasidism and they had the Kabbalah and all the shit. You know, so they've been reinventing Judaism for, you know, 1500 years. You know? They're getting more powerful, you know.
Baal Shem Tov.
Especially the Kushner and those other big names were in the Shabbat Lubavitch. You know, they recently had that thing with the tunnels, you know. So yeah, you know, I mean, they're you know, they've shown a lot of power and prominence, you know. And
who allegedly could heal the sick and cast out demons and raise the dead and be transfigured before his followers. Does that mean he didn't exist?
He
No,
talks
everybody
like
knows
Jordan
Baal Shem Tov
Peterson.
existed. There's no doubt about that. I could I can illustrate this by
oh, whoops. What the
giving
fuck?
point after point. Let me just give you one more detailed illustration. Octavian, Caesar Augustus, the first Roman emperor. Literally, he was allegedly the son of God. He was miraculously born. He was revered as the Son of God by his devotees. He ascended to heaven. He is a divine being worthy of worship. There are all these tales told about him. Does that mean he didn't exist? No, it means that when you tell stories about him, you tell these stories in certain ways. This is typically what happens with important figures from the past. Famous people are told in terms of stereotypes. We have our own stereotypes. We have the rags to riches story. We have the politician's sexual exploits story. We have the divine savior story. The fact that stories are molded to a model has no bearing on whether the person actually existed or not. Now let me get to my positive argument. Jesus of Nazareth is one of the best attested Palestinian Jews of the entire 1st century. From the year 1 of the Common Era, 1 CE, to the year 100 CE, we know that there were hundreds of thousands of Jews living in Palestine. How many of those Jews are better attested than Jesus? One, Josephus the historian. He's attested better only because he left us multiple writings. If you look only at external attestation for first century Palestinian Jews, Jesus actually is much better than Josephus. We have 4 gospels written about him. These gospels come from the very next generation after his life. Contrast that with Josephus. We have 0 negative accounts of the Jewish historian Josephus.
Yeah, the problem with this argument is that if you apply it to any historical figure, if you apply it to Plato, Aristotle, pretty much any of the major historical figures, it turns out that, we get very low proof that, like 90% of them even existed at all. Because if it has to be attestation, if we're going by attestation, who talked about who mentioned who, but I mean, that is kind of a lot of that is hearsay. And yeah, it's going to turn out that a lot of that is based on legends, and he's mentioning legends, and he's saying they have no bearing on what actually happened. But, I mean, if somebody makes up a story about somebody, is that a legend? Or, at what point do we start just calling that a lie? They lied, but yeah.
How many narrative accounts do we have for the most powerful religious figure in Jesus' day, Caiaphas, the high priest Caiaphas? We have no narrative accounts. How many narrative accounts do we have for Pontius Pilate, the most powerful man in first century Palestine? We have no narrative accounts. How many accounts do we have for anyone else in first century Palestine? We have no narrative accounts. It's not even close. I'm not saying that the gospel accounts are non-problematic. As some of you know, I've made an entire career out of arguing that they're problematic.
So,
there are enormous problems with the Gospels. And so Bob and I are not going to be disagreeing about that. They are absolutely problematic. But they are 4 narratives about a person living in first century Palestine, and they do give us a lot of real information. These 4 Gospels we have, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, are not simply one Gospel in 4 forms. They are 4 Gospels based on different literary and oral sources. The Gospel of Mark was probably written sometime around the year 70 of the Common Era. Jesus died around the year 30 of the Common Era. Mark is absolutely based on oral traditions that the author had heard.
Right. He also says this about Paul, that Paul is based on pre-existing oral traditions. It's hard to prove that those are ever going to exist. It's hard to, they make up these sources, Q source and M source for Mark. They have all of these types of sources, that they theorize that they got these books from, because they're too late in their distribution and their development to be original, the ones they found. So they theorize that there's going to be like other, older ones that they're based on, but those books that they're based on are theoretical. Not to say that it's not based on much earlier books. It really could be, but that's the thing, is that by looking at, when they were released, it doesn't quite tell you about the original source or what was there in the original source, and what was embellished, over the accounts, because, even by the admission, I mean, Mark was a traveler with Peter, so I don't know if Mark actually knew Jesus. Matthew is purported to be the disciple, Matthew, the tax collector, so he purportedly knew Jesus. Luke, he was a traveler with Paul. He was Paul's physician, so he did not know Jesus. So his is not an eyewitness account. It says that right in the beginning. And in John, nobody actually knows who John the Apostle is. He's theorized to be different people. So nobody actually knows who wrote John in the book of Revelation. So the thing about it is that only one of them can be traced to somebody who's theorized to be an apostle of Jesus. So I mean, I don't even, so I mean that's the reality of the situation. But if you want to go by what the historians have provided us, I'm simply going by what the historians say about it. So I mean, so even by their own analysis, you know,
Matthew and Luke used Mark as one of their sources, but they had other sources available to them. Matthew and Luke had one other source that they shared together that no longer exists. Scholars call it Q. Matthew had other sources that Luke did not have. Luke had other sources that Matthew did not have. That means prior to the writing of the Gospels, you got sources for Mark, different sources.
Yeah, it's generally believed that anything that's not explicitly forbidden in the Quran is allowed, and it's not forbidden in the traditions, But on another note, some people have classified certain drugs that could cause inebriation, and inebriation is in terms of sleepiness or drowsiness, so that would be alcohol and pills. And I mean, I guess if like weed makes you like extra sleepy or something like that, you shouldn't be using it all the time if it impairs your judgment and all those types of things. So obviously you don't want to rely on things like that, but to a lot of people, weed can be used as a dietary substance. It could be used in many different ways. So definitely it's not illegal, to make things out of weed or to have weed or anything like that. Maybe make food out of it, who knows. But yeah, it's all up to the people. You're allowed to take medication for pain and stuff like that. So who knows? It's not explicitly forbidden, but alcohol is explicitly forbidden in the Quran. But yeah, it is what it is.
For Matthew and Luke, different sources for Matthew, different sources for Luke, and we're not even talking about John, which didn't use Matthew, Mark, and Luke, and had different sources of his own. These are multiple independent sources from the first century. How is it possible that you have so many sources about somebody who never existed? These sources are independent of each other. They're not copying one another. You have independent sources from before the Gospels. Some of these sources have traditions in them that almost certainly go back to Aramaic-speaking Palestine. Some of these sources record sayings of Jesus in which he uses Aramaic words known only in Palestine. Some of the sources contain stories that make sense if you translate them back into Aramaic, better sense than they make when they're given in Greek. That shows the stories started out as Aramaic stories. You have Aramaic stories about Jesus from Palestine years before the Gospels. These are stories in Aramaic Palestine that almost certainly go back to the 30s of the Common Era. Multiple sources. This is far better than anybody that we have in Palestine in the entire first century. It's better than almost anybody we have in the ancient world, with exceptions that we all could probably cite. Sorry, my timer just went off. Rats! Okay, hold on a second.
Why is filing your taxes with Free Tax USA different? Well, for starters, our premium federal tax returns are free for everyone, no matter what.
I don't even understand that one. Federal tax returns? Like, that's beyond me.
Yeah, right. You're just going to tell me to shut up. Okay, I'm on this. Right. Hold on. Sorry. 13 minus 17. Thank you. Okay. Right. We have writings of Paul. The Apostle Paul was not a follower of Jesus. He was living in a later generation. We have 13 letters. that allegedly went under that not allegedly went under Paul's name, that we have 13 letters that do go under Paul's name. Of these 13 letters that the Apostle Paul wrote, 7 of them are letters that he actually wrote. There are 6 of the letters.
Okay, so that is a opinion of historians. They say there's 13 letters that the dude wrote, and they say that only 6 or 7 of them can really be traced back to him. So, you know, what does that? Who added the other letters? You know, and what's the justification for them being there? You know, yeah.
Well, the Jesuits or the Jews. That's that.
Yeah, and some of the books, you know, I mean, the books don't really say, you know, the Gospels don't really say, you know, this was written by, you know, it doesn't say like signed Mark at the end of it, you know, or at the beginning of it. It doesn't say like, oh, this is a book by Mark. You know, no, they just found these manuscripts and then they put the names on them later.
Yeah.
You know, so, you know.
But that's how you co-opt a thing, right? That's how you infiltrate, right? Take the story and you give it a different name, or you take the name and you give it a different story. That is like the definition of co-opting.
Well, it'd be interesting if they actually remove the original name of the guy who wrote some of the Gospels or something like that. If one of the Gospels actually had a different name on it, or it was known to have a different name, that'd be fascinating to figure out. But you know, so far nobody knows. You know.
Okay, so this guy Rand says that technically the letter J didn't exist until 500 years ago. Okay, dude, look into Slavic languages. Okay, the letter E was pronounced as yeah. So fuck that. Okay, fuck that, dude. And that's one of the most silly arguments that I ever heard about history. Like, oh, the letter J wasn't invented, so people couldn't pronounce yeah. That's so silly. So they just used the letter I in front of a word. Usually, in the old days, if you used a letter as the first letter of a word, it would be written differently, especially if it was a holy word. But you don't know that, do you? You don't know that, do you, Rand? You only know things about English, do you? Or do you also know things about other languages? No, you don't. So that's a silly argument. Thank you.
Voy and Rand developing this blood feud. You know how it is.
I like Rand. Sometimes he just is recreationally arguing, and I don't mind that.
What happened to Cecil? I don't know if Cecil's with us.
I saw him on the floor, I guess sleeping, but
all we have is this mysterious white sheet. Well, you know, so you know, he's ghosted. He's ghosting us.
That Paul probably did not write. 7 letters that Paul really did write. The reason this is important is because Paul was writing before the Gospels. The Gospels were not the first books of the New Testament to be written. They were relatively late.
Yo,
Voynich, why are you talking that shit, bro?
Here we go.
By the way, I gotta go in like 30 minutes, but I'm just saying, guys. But yeah.
I was just coming to say what's up real quick. I wasn't gonna come on, but Voynich want to talk that shit, bro. What are you talking that shit for, bro?
I was just explaining.
Well, I mean, you jumped the gun.
I mean, you had a question, and you
but
didn't
like,
know.
Look, at the end of the day, right? I feel like you just wanted to correct me. Right? I feel like you thought you could correct me.
I was still answering your question.
I never said there was no sound. I said the letter J.
Okay.
That's all I said. And I'm using that as a testimony, right? That at the end of the day,
right? The name Jesus is not really his name. It was Yeshua.
Dude.
You know what I mean? Even if we put it as an I, it would be
I don't
Iesu.
make that claim. I don't need to. I don't have any ideas.
I'm just saying.
I just know the concept.
All right.
But if you want to talk about the
I
denomination,
just wanted to clear it up. Yeah, there is no letter J up until like
so we
1500s.
got that cleared out now. Thank you. So we
All
can
right.
we can continue now.
All right, Voynich.
There's no record.
You get no intelligence point for that gotcha.
Hank's here too. Yeah, but the thing is that the thing about it is that in the Hebrew it's different because the Hebrew is kind of like like the John would be Yohanan,
it would be written with an I, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Or Y, I guess, whichever way you want to look at it, or something like that, or and then in Latin, I guess you kind of have a similar thing where the J is actually like a motherfucking H or some shit, so
yeah,
like some
and
weird.
like in Russia today, it's like an X because it's a J, right? Jesus, yeah. But in the old days, it used to be an I.
Yeah, and Hank's just here, but I know not to what end. What's up, Hank? I think you're having trouble. Probably.
No, probably just wasn't saying anything.
Oh, okay. I see. Yeah, no worries here. Yeah, you could come in on this discussion here. I think there's only a little bit of this left. We're gonna do this for like 20, 30 more minutes. Look at the two opening statements, and then tomorrow we might do some debate breakdown on the show there. So yeah, I guess stay tuned for some of this debate stuff tomorrow. We'll figure it out. But yeah, I thought it'd be useful. Yeah,
it's good questions. And so since Hank joined the chat, joined the panel, sorry. Do you believe that Jesus exists? No.
I do.
Yeah, right? Okay,
yeah.
Cool.
It's just too much evidence for him existing.
Not to believe it. Yeah.
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 Interesting. Yeah.
I never thought that would be your answer, though.
Yeah, for real. Yeah, it is surprising. Yeah, but he's a sensible fellow. I mean, him and Jeff will usually go with the historical, consensus. That's what this guy's representing is really the historical consensus.
Paul's writings were being produced in the 50s of the Common Era. In other words, about 25 years from the traditional date of Jesus' death, between 20 and 30 years of Jesus' traditional death. We can establish a relatively rough chronology for Paul's life. This chronology is going to be important for a couple of points that I want to make. The chronology of Paul's life is possible because in Paul's letters, he'll sometimes make an off-the-cuff biographical comment. 3 years ago, I did this. 14 years later, I did this. So you get these biographical statements with years. And so based on that, you can reconstruct a chronology. If you know when he was writing, you can count backwards and figure out when what happened. Based on the chronology that is accepted by virtually everybody, Paul originally started out as a persecutor of Christians soon after Jesus' death, probably within 2 years of Jesus' death. Paul was a persecutor of the Christians.
See, if you just believe that that's a historical fact, I mean, it's quite odd because why would the Pharisees employ? I mean, why would the high priest, who's a Sadducee, employ a Pharisee to take care of a fledgling sect when they're having a mortal struggle, an existential and mortal struggle, against the Romans? It just doesn't make any fucking sense. To be honest,
it's a bureaucracy, so they tend to do things that don't make any sense.
Yeah, but to think that there's this movement to stamp out the Christians by the temple authorities, is there any evidence of that? It stands to reason.
Not that much.
Yeah, it stands to reason that you would have to provide more evidence of that than just Paul claiming it in his letters.
Yeah, he probably needs some more evidence.
Yeah, I mean, and especially because the ambiguous source of these letters. We can only trace 7 of them back to him, anyways. So and I don't even think that. I think that that's also in Acts, and the narrative kind of shows up differently there.
The fact that he was a persecutor of the Christians is interesting and important. If Paul converted in, say, the year 33, and he had been persecuting Christians based on what he heard about them in the year 32, that means Paul had heard about Christians and Christianity and about Jesus within 2 years of the traditional date of Jesus' death, probably about 2 years after Jesus had died. If that's the case, it would be worth knowing, what does Paul know about the historical Jesus? Paul's views of Jesus are really important, as I think Bob and I would both agree. Paul does not talk about a heavenly cosmic figure, Joshua or Jesus, who was crucified by demons in outer space, the way mythicists have often said. Paul talks about a real historical figure.
This is where it goes. Wow.
Jesus.
Okay. Wow.
A Jew among Jews.
Yeah. This is where it goes into outer space, right?
Who was
How is it
crucified
Jew amongst the
by
Jews?
his earthly opponents.
Mythicists do say that.
Yeah, so because they're going with the Gnostic theory, or sometimes they're going with Marcionism, depending on who you ask.
Well, first he denominates Jesus as the historical Jesus. So, the description of Jesus, that's what he's talking about. He's not talking about the person or the concept. He's talking about the historical Jesus. So that what has been denoted, and that's what, and the parts that have been denoted, that have been descripted, so to say, the parts that have been scrubbed are not part of our history anymore. And so therefore he can say the historical Jesus. That's why he refers to it so strongly. And that's why he needs his fellow believers in that theory to mention, right? He needs to refer to his fellows, like, oh, and these brothers also say the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's an interesting type of a,
approach.
Approach.
Yeah.
When we get to this Robert Price fellow, which I think it's getting to him now, it's going to be radically different. You guys are going to see that there's almost no agreement within 2 atheistic paradigms in the same, worldview. Just 2 streets down from each other, they can't agree on a fundamental question of history.
Yeah.
Which is quite staggering.
And that's what he's performing.
Paul thought that Jesus was a
right.
divine being who was also a human being. Paul does think that Jesus was a divine being who was also a human being. But he firmly believes that this divine being became a human being. Jesus was a Jew who lived, taught, and was crucified in Palestine. Paul is often faulted for not saying more about Jesus than he says. He doesn't.
I
talk
don't
about
want to be
Jesus'
too much of a
baptism, his
contrarian,
temptation,
but
his Sermon on the Mount, his
I
exorcism,
would state that Jesus
entry,
was a
and lots of other things. He's faulted for not saying more on the ground.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Right.
Right. I mean, if Jesus was a Jew, why are the people that hate Jesus killing the Palestinians? Come on. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. So therefore, he must have been a Palestinian. That's why these people that call themselves Jews are killing all the Palestinians. Yeah, dude. No, dude, that's, and of course they're hiding that by saying, no, Jesus was a Jew. That's why he's going to be raised in our society as the new Messiah. And that's why they're killing off all the Palestine. And that's why the Palestinians are fucking each other like there's no tomorrow, because there is no tomorrow for them. Come on. It's quite obvious. Okay, I'm done now.
Yeah, those are salient points for sure.
That if he knew more, he would have said more. That's possible, but it's not really probative. If you take 7 of my mother's letters, my mother is a very, very devout Christian. If you take 7 of her letters about religion, about her Christianity, about her faith, about her beliefs, you will not find any references to Jesus' baptism, temptation, Sermon on the Mount, exorcisms, or triumphal entry. She just doesn't talk about those things in her letters, and either did Paul. Does it show that my mother doesn't believe those things about Jesus' life? No, it doesn't show that. It's not what she's talking about. These letters that we have of Paul are letters that Paul wrote to his congregations to deal with problems that they were having. If they weren't having problems, then he didn't write about them in his letters. What does Paul say? Paul tells us a number of important things about the historical Jesus based on what he knew. He indicates that Jesus was actually born physically, that he had a woman as his mother, that he came from the line of King David, that he was born a Jew, that he was a Jewish Messiah, that he had brothers. One of them was named James. He preached to other Jews. He had 12 disciples. One of them was Peter, whom Paul knew. Jesus was a teacher. Paul explicitly cites several of Jesus' teachings. Jesus had a Last Supper with his disciples. Jesus was crucified by the ruling authorities at the instigation of the Jewish authorities. Paul tells us these things. I want to focus on 2 points in particular that Paul states about Jesus. The first is one that is central to many of the debates about mythicism. It comes in Galatians chapter 1, verse 19, where Paul says that 3 years after his conversion, so this would be, by my chronology, about the year 35 or 36, the Common Era, he says, after 3 years, I went to Jerusalem to visit Cephas. I remained with him for 15 days. Cephas is Peter, Jesus' closest disciple. But I saw none of the other apostles except James, the Lord's brother. The brother of the Lord. Paul knows Jesus' brother, and he knows Jesus' closest disciple, Cephas. The word brother in the New Testament always means one of 2 things. A brother means a blood relative who's born to the same mother. That's one of the things it means. In other words, it means what brother means. The second thing it means is it sometimes often refers to members of the same believing community who stand in close solidarity. And so you can talk about your brothers, Jewish brothers, Christian brothers, depending on what your faith commitments are. Those are the 2 things that brother means in unambiguous cases in the New Testament. If anyone wants to claim that the word brother means something else, in any context, they're free to do that, but they need to have clear and compelling reasons for thinking so, other than the fact that they don't want to think that the word means what it means. In Paul's case, when he says that James was the brother of Jesus, what does he mean? He cannot mean simply that he was somebody who stood in close solidarity with Jesus, because he's contrasting James with Cephas. He's explaining that he met with Cephas and with the brother of the Lord, James. In other words, Cephas is not the brother of the Lord. You get the same phenomenon in 1 Corinthians chapter 9, verse 5, where Paul says that other people are allowed to take their wives with them, and so he too should be allowed to do so. Paul should be allowed to do so because other people take wives with them on their missions. And he says that Cephas doesn't, Apollos doesn't, Paul himself doesn't, but the brothers of the Lord do. That means that none of the others are the brothers of the Lord. Paul knew James. He spent weeks with James. He knew Peter, Jesus' closest disciple. If Jesus didn't exist, then surely his best friend and his brother would know about it. They didn't know about it because he did exist. Second point about Paul has to tell us. Paul understands that Jesus was the crucified.
So, I mean, this might be an interesting point, how you want to take it, but it's very interesting on two levels. One is because the prominence of James within not only the New Testament writings, but also within Acts and, his prominence within the church, but then also how his figure is kind of eclipsed by the church. So there, it doesn't seem like the church seems to mention James a lot. It's all about Paul, even though it seems like Peter and James, who actually knew Jesus, wouldn't the church be collecting their letters or be the disciple of those types of people? I mean, it's kind of interesting. But yeah,
crucified Messiah. This is the important point. Paul understands Jesus as the crucified Messiah. Two things to say about that. First, if a first century Jew talked about someone who was crucified, what do they have in mind? Romans crucified people all the time. When people talked about crucified people, what did they mean? You can read any ancient source. Read Josephus if you want to. Read any ancient source. What do people mean when they talk about someone who's crucified?
So he's going to talk about the crucifixion mentioned in Paul.
He's referring to a death that the Romans.
Okay, let's go ahead and try to.
You might
So he's saying that the Romans came in and killed Jesus. Where I guess in the Gospels, it kind of says that the Jews did it, but I don't know. Who
as
knows?
of first importance, what I also received that Christ died. It's important to understand what Jews meant. Paul was a Jew. It's important to understand what Jews meant by the term Christ.
Right. Christ means Messiah, right? So he's saying that
to the
the word Christ means Messiah,
King of Israel. He was the anointed one. When the king.
That's why when you say Christ is king, you're not really specifying Jesus.
Does Christ mean Messiah? In what language?
Yeah. It means the anointed one in Greek.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah.
That
So
makes sense.
yeah. So it's kind of saying like Jesus, the Messiah. So it's interesting.
King was anointed at his coronation ceremony, like King David, King Solomon. This showed that God was putting his favor upon him.
So yeah, so Jesus' kingly role, let's see if we can go.
Jesus. The Christians said that Jesus was a crucified criminal. They were saying that Christ had been crucified. Well, why did they do that? If it didn't make any sense to expect a crucified Messiah, it was because they believed that Jesus was the Messiah and they knew that he got crucified. Fiction of Jesus, it was crucified. Well, it's like a contradiction in terms. Of course he wasn't crucified. So why did Christians say it? They had no choice.
So he's saying that the Christians are kind of admitting to something that's anti-Judaism, so therefore their belief can be seen to have a novel origin point. It's kind of the argument he's making here. He's kind of saying, well, there's no precedent in Jewish belief.
He's saying that Christians are wrong, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting way of saying it, because he's kind of saying, well, they got it from Judaism, but there's nothing like this in Judaism, so they kind of just made it up.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, but if you made it up, then why does that add credence to it being a real historical fact? You know what I mean? I just don't understand where he's going with this one. You know what I mean? Right? Based on his own, kind of summation here,
Mm-hmm. Numerous sources that talk about him. These sources give us valuable information. The sources are problematic. They are historically difficult. Historians spend their lives trying to figure out what in them is historical and what is not. That does not mean that there's nothing historical in them. There is historical information in them. You have to find it. Included with the historical sources, though, are also the writings of the Apostle Paul. Paul, within 2 years of Jesus' life, absolutely knew that he was a historical figure, that he was a Jewish preacher and teacher who ended up on the wrong side of the law.
Okay.
It may change your broader perspective, or it may not.
Drinking coffee every day didn't work for me, but I couldn't figure out why until I went from 184 to 123. I
don't know where she was going with that one, but I guess she was trying to like put the sugar in the. She was putting sugar and coffee in a bottle. I don't understand what the fuck this. But yeah.
All right. And now, Dr. Bob Price will present the mythicist position.
Oh, he can actually stand up. Wow. He looks like the prototypical communist dude. Like,
is there a
he
man
looks like
behind the
like
curtain?
communism in a person.
I guess you might.
He's an interesting guy.
I don't know, but I don't like the look of him. You know.
Yeah,
and,
he's an interesting guy. He's quite accessible. I plan to try to get him on the show, you know, because he's quite accessible. But the thing is that you know, he's got some interesting views, and he recently came under attack for not supporting the woke agenda. So he got kicked off of Myth Vision. You know, he was working with Derek Lambert of Myth Vision, and he kind of got blacklisted by them for his kind of supporting the woke agenda or whatever it is. But yeah, it's kind of crazy stuff. But
let's be fair, Derek Lambert is an asshole. So
yeah, he's kind of a little bitch. But yeah, I mean, I sent him a letter a while ago, and yeah, they did a little bit of work with Dr. David Scarbino, but I think that guy is trying to promote Gnosticism and you know, and astrotheology. You know, they have some weird agenda. Look at the one eye picture on Myth Vision. I mean, it's just really creepy and weird. You know, it's just fucking, it's just all like it's like.
So I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm kind of confused what you said. He got kicked. He got blacklisted for not supporting the woke agenda or for supporting it?
Not supporting.
Yeah, that's kind of how they are, I noticed. And, you know, by contrast, I know there's a lot of Christians out there that if you don't want to believe in their brand of Christianity, they'll do the same thing to you.
I know. I mean, I have a few of them after me already.
You know?
Yeah, I do.
Which is kind of the reason why I come here to learn some of this stuff, because it's very clear that, you know, a lot of these guys that are Christians today are not for any scholastic reason. It's mostly because their parents were Christian and told them that if they're not also going to be Christian, they go, you know, be blacklisted.
Yeah, they'll be blacklisted and sent to hell.
Basically.
Yeah, cult behavior, sect behavior. Yeah.
You know, so like that's why I say, like, look, dude, I don't have a problem with Christianity. I would prefer to go learn about it from some type of scholar, some type of Christian scholar, maybe somebody out of college. Like, you know, sure, maybe it might be some white dude from America or whatever, but it's not gonna be anybody with a country accent. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, shit is getting real out here. But the thing is that I really gotta watch this video. I got like 10 minutes left, and then I gotta go to my congregational.
I got you. I'm gonna get out of your way.
Yeah, I gotta go to this congregational prayer in about 10 minutes or so. So yeah, I will be shutting down this show in about 10 minutes or so. We're gonna watch 10 more minutes of this. Thank you for joining us here. You know, it's been an eventful day, morning, or whatever you want to say. You know, lots of good conversations. Thank you to Mr. Pie for joining the panel. You know, we had an unusual guest today, you know, but yeah, he's been on the panel before. But yeah, you know, we had our regular friend Voy here, you know, joining the panel. You know,
I
we
mean,
had
I,
Reddit.
I
We had
loved.
Reddit.
I'm not particularly a fan of Jeff, also known as Mr. Pie, but he brought some good stuff to the table today.
Yeah, he brought some. Yeah, he brought some good shit today. It kind of went in line with what I was saying about Taoism. It's weird how that whole thing linked up. You know what I mean? But yeah, man, thank you guys for joining us. You guys got any last words for us? You know, we'll go with. You know, I know Void is probably not.
You know, I hate last words. I don't like to say goodbye, so I just click leave.
All right, bless. Reddington, what you got for us, brother?
Nah, man, I got nothing.
It's my panel. That's how they are, you know. They're kind of linear thinkers, you know. It is what it is with them. But yeah, bless you guys, man. How about you, Cecil, man?
Oh, hey, you know, to stay up, you should respect other people's privacy and don't let anybody try to say that there's something wrong with you just because you don't want to go along with what they believe is right.
That's what's up. That's
Yeah.
good shit, Cecil, man. Thanks, man. Bless, man. Yeah, thank you, man. For sure. And yeah, let's take a look at some of his opening statement. You know, we'll take a look at some of his opening statement, and then we'll go ahead and play some music here for you guys, and we'll shut this down, man. You know, put a big fucking cherry on this motherfucker. Thank you, guys.
Say that I think not only that there is no great and powerful Oz, but that there's not even a man behind the curtain. Bart, on the other hand, agrees Oz is an illusion, but if you pull back the curtain, you'll find the anticlimactic Professor Marvel. First, is Christ mythicism some kind of novelty dreamed up by skeptics living far enough after the events to be able to get away with it? Bart and many others think so. Quote, he says, the idea that Jesus did not exist is a modern notion. It has no ancient precedents. Quote again, even the enemies of the Jesus movement thought that Jesus had existed. Among their many slurs against the religion, his non-existence is never one of them, close quote. I'm not so sure of that. Justin Martyr ascribes to his dialogue partner Trypho the allegation, quote, you have received a futile rumor and have created some sort of Christ for yourselves, end quote. We always hear apologists explain this away as if it meant you Christians have nominated your own Christ, or you Christians pretend your Jesus was the Christ. But that's rather different. Would the rabbi have said that the partisans of Simon Bar Kokhba had created their own Messiah? I don't think so. It seems less contrived to take Trypho as charging that the Christian savior was a figment of pious imagination. Celsus, the 2nd century critic of Christianity, says, according to Origen, it is clear to me that the writings of the Christians are a lie, and that your fables have not been well enough constructed to conceal this monstrous fiction. And then there's good old 2 Peter 1, 16 through 18. We did not follow cleverly devised myths when we told you of the power and coming of our Lord Jesus Christ. End quote. Now, that's interesting. Some are alleging that we, ostensibly Simeon Peter, as the letter starts, and his colleagues were devising myths about the coming of Jesus.
Well, he's saying that why would these guys be saying, oh shit, you know, in the middle of telling you a story about a thing that they claim actually happened, why would they say, oh shit, look at this, we're definitely not lying to you? You know, why would that be useful to say unless there's a question about it, whether these stories were actually real or not? So, you know, he's just pointing out that they say that in the middle of the tales. They say, oh shit, you know, we're definitely not lying. And it's a weird thing to say if you're just telling people a story about some shit that happened.
That sounds to me like an accusation that Christians had fabricated the whole business. Now, of course, that doesn't mean that's what happened, right? I'm just saying that that was an ancient view. Well, I picture the emergence of Jesus Christ like that moment when, in the process of evolution, enough small mutations accumulate to cross the taxonomical line to amount to a new species.
That sounds sus. It's just gonna be just a bunch of hearsay developed into some type of archetype. You know, how does that coalesce into what? You know, it's like this meme, you know, this theory that this meme, you know, generation is the engine of the ideas, you know, it's the selfish gene. You know, is that really the genesis of ideas? You know, I mean, it's a good question, isn't it? But yeah, that points to his methodology, you know.
Old myths mutated and morphed over a long time. But Bart is attacking the committee invention model of Jesus. And I think that's a straw man, though it's one created by mythicists. That they like network execs sitting around, what are we going to do with the protagonist of this show? I think that is absurd. And I believe I detect here, however, a fault line running beneath his whole argument. At least 14 times that I counted in Did Jesus Exist? Bart says we can trace traditions of Jesus back to within a very few years of Jesus' supposed crucifixion. For Bart, mythicism assumes that schemers invented Jesus at the same point in history when the Gospels have Jesus appear. But if there was no historical Jesus, as we wild-eyed, tinfoil hat-wearing mythicists, I know I am anyway, suggest, the bottom falls out of the whole thing. There's no way to determine when.
Yeah, he's pointing to the how most of the historical consensus negates the mythicist position. You know, so they claim that no, Jesus was a historical figure. They just don't claim that he did all the miracles and things. You know, but mythicists claim that even that is made up. You know, that doesn't have historical consensus. That's actually looked at as kind of like a conspiracy theory. You know, to most historians, but yeah.
The timeline began. No way to say what or when counts as early. To say, for instance, quote, in nearly all our sources, Peter was Jesus' most intimate companion and confidant for his entire public ministry after his baptism, end quote, seems to presuppose the factual character of the narrative, which is just the point at issue. I think that's like invoking Dr. Watson as a witness to a historical Sherlock. Well, Bart well expresses and then deconstructs a common mythicist objection to Jesus' historical existence. How could non-Christian writers have ignored a man who performed miracle after miracle to great public acclaim? But Bart replies that contemporary writers would probably not have taken much notice of any historically plausible Jesus, an itinerant sage and faith healer, one who did not miraculously multiply food, turn water into wine, walk on water, raise the rotting dead, banish storms at sea, and so forth. Isn't this like asking whether the historical Superman really had superhuman powers beyond those of ordinary men?
Damn. He's saying there's no more proof for Jesus than there is for Superman. Crazy. We'll see if he could, you know, provide evidence for that claim. You know, tomorrow night, guys, join us on the Machine Lies. You know, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. We're moving to some, you know, more religious topics for the moment. You know, so you guys, thank you for being here with us. Thank you to everybody in the chat and who came up on the panel here. Special thank you to all those people. You know, I got to run here to my congregational prayer. But yeah, I'm going to be looking at 2 debates, you know, that talk about historical Jesus and some conspiracies related to that, historical hoaxes and other things, you know, that are related to that. But yeah, we'll definitely see you guys soon, Tomorrow night, 7:30, our regular Saturday show. And then on Wednesday, we're going to be moving back to our philosophical presentations, most likely on postmodernism and these types of things. But yeah, I hope you joined a little introduction into Asian philosophy at the beginning of the episode. Also our new music song, Ghost in the Machine. We had a song there we made with Rant, Recreational Argument Network Television. So please go subscribe to Recreational Argument Network Television and subscribe to Apocalypse Fetish, Cecil's channel. Bless you guys, man. Subscribe to Silver Tongue Cavalier. And yeah, I'll see you guys soon. I'll probably be joining panels at some point, tonight, maybe, maybe Talcott, or we'll see what's out there. I might recast it here too, but what if it's any good? But yeah, bless you guys. We talking to you guys soon. Thank you for joining us. I'm gonna go with some music here. Bless you guys, man. First man in Babylon, like the last man out of the burning, towering inferno of Babylon. First in, last out. Or the first one that rushed in, and the last one's out. May God bless all of you. You know what I mean? Get your head out of the futurism. We had an interesting discussion with Mr. Pi about that. Bless you guys, man. Have a good morning. Peace.
Lord, if they only knew them nights turn, burn candles by the dozen nights, so fire, sheer energy released, melt the heart, mind, star boys, come want to wax, you get relaxed. Unrest, unless, undressed in the core episode slowly. Wash away old skin, let's bring the suffer. So far, so good, what's life got to offer? You stay curiously analyze the facts. Who's there to recurse, give a panel lay back. How come side you wanna go and ignore? Holding big team, every worker's a joy. Adore each step, hop, scan, cadence. Travel this thing in the age of decadence. Do this reverence to the older veterans. Stride to the chest, person to the shoulder. Street soldiers cut without severance, but keep us living anyways for the L of the F of it. F of it's like either way. Fear no evil once lost down like the last bound down in the terrorist inferno of Babylon. First in, last down. First in, first drop, just whet my appetite, but couldn't satisfy my craving for beats rap tight like a Christmas gift this night. The need of a generation to live life like a testimony. Simple rhymes, a difficult time, help a friend through a lonely tunnel at the end, never remains just a funnel into a wine bottle and cold inside it. This is so mind-boggling, a puzzle. Amazed that the grace never reached the goal, not twice on the gate, it would reach ya. So true knowledge of the self-shine, rather than all the one. Walking apology. Better to hold the sun for the characters carry over your role. 24 karat gold these days. The jewel case closed with the end credits roll. Self-representative and elected, yes I give the cake, give back to the constituents. Sit you in the chair, break down the affair. There's nothing fashionable about rhyming. Playing the game and acting. Cause you can't pay dues when credit or cash. Quick times I'll play, streaming on the flash. So I'm sticking a couple pins into media outlets. And I hop up in the black band and I'm outlets. Get with the program, shut the Dow Jones down. We keep on the ground dowsing. Microphones on casting, everlasting sound blasting. No doubt, first in, last down. If I alone, I'd rather do nothing else. If I below, we're hard to the last pulse. Like the last man down in the terrorist inferno of Babylon. First in, last down. Now I know Like the last bound down in the terrorist inferno of Babylon, first and last out. Like the last bound down in the terrorist inferno of Babylon, first and last out. I know.
Yeah, schools Allah. Scaramanga, Shalom, Akbar, Kumar, you know what I mean? Unlock significant degrees in your mind, sound with divine attributes. Travel through the exotic, magnificent 99 beautiful names. You know what I'm saying? Zod L. You know what I'm saying? Hey, yo. Low protector, low Lexus, low on Har Shepherd. You know how the God stepped in Al Rahim, Al Malik, style of a sheik, profile of the Sheik, profile of the elite, Al Aziz, war against the beast, Al Kafid. I can sense the beast, Al Khabib, straight into a substance, R&F, the prince over the beast, Ben's unique, Al Kalik, Thaka, Wild Megalith, well with the benevolent algebra, Al Jabbar. Yeah, schools Allah. Scaramanga, Shalom, Akbar, Kumar, you know what I mean? Unlock significant degrees in your mind, sound with divine attributes. Travel through the exotic, magnificent 99 beautiful names. Yeah, schools Allah. Scaramanga, Shalom, Akbar, Kumar, you know what I mean? Unlock significant degrees in your mind, sound with divine attributes. Travel through the exotic, magnificent 99 beautiful names. You know what I'm saying? Zod L. You know what I'm saying? Hey, yo. Low protector, low Lexus, low on Har Shepherd. You know how the God stepped in Al Rahim, Al Malik, style of a sheik, profile of the elite, Al Aziz, war against the beast, Al Kafid. I can sense the beast, Al Khabib, straight into a substance, R&F, the prince over the beast, Ben's unique, Al Kalik, Thaka, Wild Megalith, well with the benevolent algebra, Al Jabbar, now the Mar, Ashakor, Al Kabir, most greater infinite, Al Alim, cream on the winning team, Chris Regime, Bling Gleam, like Lamppost, Toronto, Mini Mansion, Promenade, Don, Donna's Island, Il Gem, Hybrid, Orange Yellow is Canary, Pumpkin, Al Bari, Aries, Honeys know my function is Al Musawir, Pure Sons in the starter empire, clears fire near the eye of Al Mutakabir. Who got you here? Who got you near? Avalanche, ice down in front of the glare of the Cadillac, handling Madeline's battling Cadam, the Holy Ghost, shine like a rolling glow, sun large as Sonio, 360 waves of fountain, in a polo rugby on a pony, yo, jousting, Sir Menelik with an Intratech in a jet lounging. How's it sound now?
Al-Muyi, Al-Mumi, the power to give life and take one. The most holy Al-Azim, the great one. Shake sons of Shaitan for great guns, take ones that ever living. The most merciful God, spirit of virtue. The Allah who never faltered. The king, the first, the last, the light. Rafi, the high exalted.
For them be holy cross, hit the aqueduct, bet Lord Fazio, wild by nature and diamond, Don saying grace in the fifth. Sir Ghost, the verb host, my only horse, Phil Stacks evangelize, built like the Mac for Spanish pies like flank, cruising man, 45 silver magic hands, Prince Cash called me again, moving like Walter Payton, escalated Jason on the pavement, wrist is a bounty of gold, very abrasive, chance partnership, Lex Land exotic, Chris Chips, the Admiral, casual, naval commander, spray you cobras, I told you I'm hammered, gamut, a mile high, with special royalty. Just us is spinning well tail. Floating like a buzzer by cusping canines. Spray nines the diamond flushing. Bezel war, flickers like gold. He's a hot one. Spots a Scara Ox, Sun Tzu. Blue Crown Patriot, Wavius. Moving with avians. Honey, my game smash you like Harlequin. Modeling like Harlem Quinn. Targeting a charlatan. Phil Stacks. Smarter than a bottle-nosed dolphin. Never had an orphan. CYCLOP. Roman Napa. Polo sporting. Suede tins with ground. Great gem. Sunlord. Stereotype of my endorsement. Pay him 10 for the gem. The Norseman.
Al-Muyi, Al-Mumi, the power to give life and take one. The most holy Allah seen, the great one. Shake sons of Shaitan for great guns, take ones. The ever living, the most merciful God, spit a verse at you. The Allah who never faltered, the king, the first, the last, the light. Al-Rafi, the high exalted. Al-Muyi, Al-Mumi, the power to give life and take one. The most holy Allah seen, the great one. Shake sons of Shaitan for great guns, take ones. The ever living, the most merciful God, spit a verse at you. The Allah who never faltered, the king, the first, the last, the light. Al-Rafi, the high exalted.
Scaramanga, Al-Jabbar, Ashikar, I'm saying Jabbar L, I'm saying, God well, you know, moving in ships and chariots, come through Sagittarius, can't stand me though, why? Hey yo, now surely Scara ain't the one that just with to enter. Sunlaw's the first prerequisite. Search step in, perfect the shepherd links in the Lexus. Blinking, it's winterized. S5, all glass, halogen, doovie, pipe, jewelry, nightlight, ice light on top of the night flight, blowing out your eyesight. CYCLOP, CL coupe, showbiz, whole piece beast. Breathing like ops and obnoxious rock knocking, get your block rocking with the Glock popping. Matter of fact, blood bath in here. Niggas wanna pop something. Stop, lock, nigga, drop something. BK, the 118, Al-Jabbar L, the God TK, son. Break casually. OTB summer sands, gun spit the loudest. That's just the proudest. Blockheads chit chat, chump, wanna get crunk. The Glock 10 spit at him. Unbearably tall, sun sway and all that, but I'm above the young games. Experience behind the gun name for larger targets. Revolver lock with so kids like the chamber. Who want another bang? I think that's Dibzo, and I'm Scaramanga Shala, outfitted and Ralphlin and bounce with it. I could come out with it, so cool out. Young niggas, 30-year-old niggas with guns that can knock the fool out of niggas. Son niggas when the jewels out, nigga. Nick Jules, big tools, spit jewels, rip through your top banana. You Tony Montana with stature. It's only my cannon, scalp spit arrows, illest album recorder. Jabbar ass Falco, Sunlarge count dough, long dough, big cars, fly jewels. Your son count slow. Count. Excellent whiz puller, Uzai L fuller. Wrist blades like a cruller, sitting on deep, there's no nut. So what? Fills the flow nut, floss nut. Dimes call me pro nut, the pro cut, low cut. Valley wave century, millennium, posed up, new bow, smelling Asiatic, crazy wild, swelling niggas with tactical, neck spit, critical, beat down. The God Al-Jabbar L, will see clowns and 3 pounds of Bengal. We lounge with crinkle, singles, me not eat and live, keep my people surrounded with that evil. Jabbar L,
motivational character, powerful, all-seeing, understanding, knowledge, infinite being, looking through the canon of scholars, Nikon, Bison, Tyson Eyes, wise one, thoroughly attributed to shine is directional line, the pattern bearer, Saturn wearer is the 7-eye, Gemini, heaven eye, sight observer, night like this, the revolver burner, mortal felon, 4-4 leave your portal swelling, orca welling, that means the snorkel we wear, bearing emblems of Taurus. Is this the Browns North Cut 10 shot with gems hot? Send dots up and down, navigational, so launch travel, space station, cellular communications, I'm telling you.
Big jewels, big
out.
tools, spit jewels, rip through your top banana. You Tony Montana with stack choke, it's only my cannon. Scalp, spit arrows, illest album reporter. Jabbar as Falco, sun large count dough, long dough, big cars.